The real working end of the 2012 prophecy, where we start to have the rubber meet the road, is looking at the solar system and seeing that all the planets are changing the same way as the Earth is changing. The Earth changes are not unique to the Earth. They are a universal phenomenon throughout the solar system. When we start to look behind the veil, the hidden reality that we have, and we start seeing a deeper truth of ourselves and a deeper truth of what it means to be human on this planet, we come into contact with a body of information that has been kept secret for thousands and thousands of years. And the reason why is that with this information comes the potential for what is called apotheosis. Apotheosis means human becomes God. The people who are in power believe themselves to be gods. They have inherited an ancient tradition which encourages the practice of developing your own spiritual and intuitive faculty to a much, much greater level than most people ever do. And they have a variety of practices, very distinct practices, which are engineered to awaken your psychic center. In my previous video, which most of you have seen, 2012 Enigma, I show you visual evidence of the pineal gland symbolism in the pine cone. And I show you that symbolism all over the world, in all different traditions, Babylonian traditions, even in the Vatican. The largest statue in the square, which is called the Court of the Pine Cone. It's huge. It dwarfs the size of a human being. Why would you put a pine cone on a big statue? Why did Jesus say in the Bible, "If thine eye be single, then thy body will be full of light"? If your eye is single, what does he mean by that? Does that mean that if somebody pokes your eye out that you're going to suddenly start glowing? No. Now, there is a whole religious conspiracy going on that says that Jesus never existed, that it was all a bunch of extrapolations based on various historical figures, then consolidated into what we now call the New Testament. And I would propose that it is impossible for such an outrageously enduring legend that so many people followed with such passion to have been concocted by some sort of mishmash of lesser spiritual figures who were all consolidated together. I do believe that these events happened. I do believe they've also been greatly misunderstood. When you see the greater reality that I am going to share with you in this presentation, you come to an understanding that your DNA did not randomly evolve on this planet. Your DNA is an energy pattern that exists throughout the entire cosmos. And that energy pattern is a wave. The ancients built the Great Pyramid as a focalizing device to harness that energy. I am proposing that the energy that makes your DNA takes natural materials that are all around, just molecules and atoms in space. It takes those atoms and molecules and it intelligently arranges them together to form the DNA molecule. Now, if that is true, then it means that everyone here in this room is created by an intelligent energy field. The center of the Milky Way galaxy is also a torsion field generator. Spherical torsion waves slowly expand away from the center, passing through stars and planets as they go along. As the solar system is impacted by these torsion fields, it charges up with energy, causing massive effects on the star and its planets, influencing them to become brighter, hotter, and more magnetic. These waves also have a stimulating and programming effect on the DNA molecule, ultimately rewriting the code of every life form on the planet. You now have just found the zone in which science and religion come together, in which you no longer have to take on arbitrary promises about there being a hereafter. Now you have proof that who you are and what makes you who you are came from something that is not physical, something that is vastly more intelligent and complex than we had ever imagined, and something that has been known about for quite a long time. There is no difference between biological life and inanimate matter except for the sophistication with which the energy that makes that matter is flowing. The rocks that make the pyramid are made of the same stuff that spirals in to make your DNA. It's just that the DNA is a much more intelligently spiraled version of that same energy, whereas the rock doesn't have as much structure. But the pyramid uses calcium carbonate, CaCO3. The basic matrix of limestone is quartz. And quartz is a crystal, so it has crystalline properties, which means as you get more and more crystallized in terms of a mineral, you're getting closer and closer to what becomes biological life than you had before. So a crystal is a very important conduit between the world of life as we know it and the world of the inanimate matter as we know it. That's an important point. Because what you have in the Great Pyramid is a device that harnesses this energy by a very simple process. You are going to see evidence in this presentation that demonstrates conclusively that the energy itself that makes physical matter has a fluid-like quality. It behaves as if it were a fluid. And with that fluid-like quality comes all of the basic behaviors that you get with fluids in movement, which would include a funnel. It's a very simple concept. If you have water that's pouring into a funnel, where's the fastest speed in the funnel going to be? Right at the bottom, right? That's where it's spinning the fastest. And the funnel is obviously going to take all that water and it's going to create a current through the funnel. So if every single calcium carbonate crystal inside the Great Pyramid is taking in this fluid-like energy and it's flowing through, now again, the flow is not happening in 3 dimensions of space. It's happening in 3 other dimensions, which is the time field. Okay, that's where things start to get complicated. If you want to find your higher dimensions, you look in time. Einstein assumed time was 1-dimensional. It's not. Time is 3-dimensional. That means you can go forwards, backwards, and sideways in time. And that gives us a really wonderful benefit, because that means we can see stuff that hasn't happened yet. We can see potential realities. One of the weirdest aspects of esoteric teaching is the concept that when you see a future event, you are seeing a probable future event. You are not seeing the future. There is a very important difference, because anything that you think might be happening in the future doesn't need to happen if you don't want it to happen. There are all these movies coming out about 2012 and about extraterrestrial intelligence, and they're all saying doom and fear and disaster and cataclysm is going to come to the earth. If the universe is powerful enough to create the DNA molecule intelligently from a wave, if there is that much sophistication, as you're going to see here, that life itself is divinely inspired, then why in the world would that same divine force that has intelligently brought us into being spontaneously decide to just have the sun belch off a big fireball and kill the whole planet? It doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense that if there are ETs out there, that they would just be standing by and waiting for the planet to blow up, and that they're not going to do anything. So here's the riddle. If our DNA is intelligently structured by a wave, what does that say about the human body? Is this the only planet that a human body would form? Or is the human body a design whose purpose is to express consciousness on a planet like the Earth. And if that were true, then what does that say about human beings that could be visiting us right now? I got news for you. I met Sergeant Clifford Stone in person. Sergeant Clifford Stone is a whistleblower who worked in significantly classified top-secret projects for our military and government. And his job, when he was called away from his normal duties in the military, was to visit sites where UFOs crashed. Now, 80% of the public believes that UFOs exist. It's no longer a myth, and it's no longer something that can be laughed at. It must be taken seriously, because anybody at this point who refuses to believe that UFOs exist is deluding themselves, because there is an overwhelming preponderance of evidence to suggest that they do. If even one photograph is not swamp gas, then we're not alone. Everything that you think you know about what ETs look like from movies is almost entirely a lie. There are no aliens. There are family members that look just like us. In fact, the farthest divergence you ever get from a human form is the typical gray physiology. The big head, the black eyes, the little nose, little mouth, tapered jaw. Nothing like my face. I have no relationship to that face. Most people are still wrestling with the question of whether these saucers even exist. And then if they get to the point that they exist, the simplistic idea would be, well, maybe they come from Mars, or maybe they come from Andromeda Galaxy, or maybe they come from... There is no maybe they come from. That implies one place. What I'm saying is that we have a whole galaxy full of human life that naturally evolves on planets wherever possible. In fact, in the Law of One material that I so often discuss, it says there are 67 million planets with humans like us at this dimensional frequency just in this galaxy. 67 million. How in the world do you tell the public that we are surrounded by human civilizations, most of whom who have ever been able to get to us have technology vastly superior to what we have? Anti-gravity, no problem. Limitless free energy that is clean and doesn't burn anything and doesn't pollute the atmosphere, no problem. It exists everywhere. Our guys in the inside government have had this for at least 50 years. And there is a convergence of discoveries that came from men like Nikola Tesla and John Keely and Townsend Brown that then dovetailed with crashed wreckage from extraterrestrial spacecraft. So look, things are not going to stay the way they are very much longer. The year 2012, if nothing else, represents a bifurcation point, a split between the way that things have been and the way that things are going to be. And if you don't think that there are other humans out there who are willing and able to welcome us into their community, then you're not paying attention. Star Trek apparently was channeled to Gene Roddenberry through a group that he was working with that had started in the 1950s and is part of what we're going to be getting to at the end of this talk. The Star Trek information is very accurate to what actually is known, which is that they do follow a so-called prime directive, and they will not interfere with a given planet's history until that planet is ready. So last year, there was the big hoopla about October 14th, right? Everybody said a 5-mile wide UFO is going to appear in the sky and is going to hover there for 3 days. Well, first of all, a 5-mile wide UFO would completely kill all the grass over the people who it was hovering from, not to mention it would be so terrifying and the average person wouldn't know anything about it. And if any ETs were to channel that through one person, then that person basically has become a messianic figure. And they don't ever want to give somebody that much leverage. Because what they found in the 1950s was that if they did speak through certain human individuals, here on earth, that their egos would get inflated because now they felt special, they felt different, they felt like they were the anointed teacher. And so we're not allowed to have any one leader. There is not going to be a second coming of Christ. However, the Casey readings, one of many sources we're going to be discussing, are adamant in saying that the second coming of Christ is you. It's all of us. It is the awakening of the Christ principle in humanity. And I'm not trying to force Christianity down your throat. In fact, I'm going to give you some very important information here. Every single ancient tradition in history has documented records of angels and gods. The angels look like human beings, but they glow, they can levitate, they can read your mind, they can teleport from one place to another, they can manifest objects out of thin air, they can create manna from heaven. They have abilities that we would consider to be godlike. And every culture has these human extraterrestrials in their heritage. All religions are the truth. All religions are the truth. All religions have everything you need to follow the way of God, if that's what you want to call it. It doesn't have to be, my God is the only God. My God is the only right God. All it means is that you have a particular culture in a particular place in a particular time, and that culture had an enlightened teacher who took the knowledge of the universe and brought it through in his own personal or her own personal way. Because in fact, in ancient Greece, the prophets were not men, they were women. Every woman who was a prophet was named Sibyl. And the most famous Sibyl was the Sibyl of Cumae, spelled C-U-M-A-E. And she had a prophecy that came true regarding the coming of Jesus. In the Greek and in the Roman Empire, the women with the gift of prophecy were known as Sibyls, but none were as well known as the Sibyl of Cumae. She dwelled in a cave with multiple entrances and wrote her prophecies down on oak leaves. In the event that no one came to pick them up, they simply blew away. The Sibylline prophecy is widely respected as one of the harbingers of Jesus' arrival, but that was one of many things. The prophecy book was so accurate that in the Roman government, that was considered the highest treasure they had. There was nothing in the Roman government that was taken on with greater seriousness than the Sibylline prophecy scripture. The Sibylline mystery texts are one of many texts that describe a utopian world that is coming into being. In fact, every ancient mystical and spiritual tradition speaks of a golden age that is coming. And they don't speak about it in a bland, sophomoric fashion. They speak about it in an exciting, invigorating, eye-opening way because of the extent to which they say things will be changed. And you're going to see those prophecies at the end of this talk. The true law is unity, that all is love, all is one, all is light. But the first distortion of that law, the first spin that you have to look at as soon as you grasp that the universe is love, is the free will principle. And what that means is that there's only one of us here, there's only one being, but the greatest gift that that being has given us is the opportunity to discover that we are one with it in our own way, without anybody telling us what to believe or what to do or how to think. It simply is. It's our path, and we can do anything we want. We have the free will. If we start infringing on someone else's free will, it is a design of the universe that whatever we measure out to others will be measured back to ourselves. That's karma. So yes, you can practice the negative path if you want to. You can infringe on other people's free will. You can manipulate them, you can lie to them, you can control them, you can steal their money, you can leave them unemployed and homeless and hungry. But you will be stolen from, lied to, manipulated, controlled, beaten, abused, raped. And you have to be. The Mayan calendar is the primary vessel through which we have speculation that the year 2012 might be different than other years. That's the primary vessel that we have. But what I'm about to show you to open up the talk is that the Great Pyramid of Egypt actually has a timeline in it, and that timeline has 2012 as the most important year. Obviously, here's the Great Pyramid. You can see that there are passages inside, and that these passages are much more complex than what's inside all the other pyramids. The outside of the pyramid has a hollowed-in surface, which is very interesting because it could potentially bounce lasers off of it from space. Originally, the pyramid was covered in white limestone casing stones, which were so smoothly polished that it looked like it was pure marble sculpture. Reflective marble with a perfectly flat face. This was not an object built by human beings on this planet with the technology that they had available at the time. Not at all. When the Great Pyramid of Giza was first built, it was covered with white limestone that was so highly polished it would shine like a mirror in the daytime. Over thousands of years, the pyramid degraded. The casing stones were dislodged by earthquakes and were eventually hauled off to build mosques in Cairo. The pyramid we know today has a flat top, which makes it a six-sided object. In Egyptian numerology, 6 is the number of imperfection. When the capstone is returned, the pyramid becomes a 5-sided object, which symbolizes divine initiation and the transformation of the world into a golden age. In this photograph, you can actually see that line of how precisely this thing was built, that it actually has that slight indentation going up the side. I want you to pay special attention to what are called the scored lines right here, because what we have is the fixation of a timeline. The timeline is fixed by an alignment where the pole star for its time, which was Alpha Draconis, shines down through the descending passage into the bottom at the same time that the Pleiades constellation is directly overhead. The scored lines are where that conjunction is marked, and this conjunction only occurs at 2141 BC. That's the only time that both of those things happen, where the pole star can shine down the tube and the Pleiades are directly overhead. So the message is you start counting at 2141 BC. I'm not going to take the time right now to try to explain to you how the pyramid's timeline works, because it's extremely complicated. But what I will say is that it's all based on numerology. The number 1 equals one thing, the number 2 equals something else. And here's the list of what the different numbers do. Now you can find this list inside Peter Lemaisurier's book, Great Pyramid Decoded. What you'll see is that there's enough information in the different numerals and what they mean that it is possible to encode very complex messages that basically can say anything you need them to say, just using mathematical measurements. Measurements that are very simple, measurements that can be repeatable. In the Great Pyramid texts, there are actual texts associated with the Great Pyramid. They give you all these numerical meanings. So they give you the code. You actually have the legend that tells you how to read the map. Here they're doing a variety of tests of the numbers because you want to multiply numbers together, subtract numbers from each other, etc. And if one number means one thing and another number means something else, and then you subtract, the act of subtraction means you're taking something away. So that the subtraction becomes part of the message. Addition means you're adding to, subtraction means you're taking away from, multiplication means you are multiplying the effect of. So mathematics becomes a language. This is a full diagram of the various passages in the Great Pyramid. And the one that we're particularly interested in is the King's Chamber, because what we will see is that the pyramid timeline counts 1 inch, which is an Egyptian inch, not a regular English inch, slightly smaller. 1 inch equals 1 year. Now, the guy who wrote the book, Peter Lemaisurrier, continues to use that system right up until the so-called Great Step. And he believes that the timeline should be changed when you get to this area of the timeline, because, he says, at that point, it just doesn't make any sense that events would be happening so fast in time. that so many things would happen that are so profound and amazing in such a short period of time? Why not? Why not? What kind of arbitrary decision has been made to strip the timeline of the possibility that things could happen so fast? This is important because the descending passage is the one we look at first. And you can see the dates of the timeline here, AD 1440, 1521. And Le Mesurier ties in these dates to some very interesting historical stuff. Obviously, summer of AD 1914 is the exact time that we went into World War I, that war to end all wars. At that exact moment, the passageway no longer has a smooth, flat floor. It goes into this area in which the entire floor is what the people that studied the pyramid called unfinished. Because it quite literally is this bumpy, convoluted floor that you can't really walk on without worrying about spraining your ankle. It's not flat anymore. It's all bumpy and weird and distorted. The time that starts is 1914. And so what you have is you're looking at a prophecy that was put in stone, possibly over 10,000 years ago, if you believe scholars like Graham Hancock and Robert Bauval, who talk about the fact that the Sphinx is weathered with water that couldn't have been done unless it had been there for much longer than we take it credit for. The Great Pyramid, conventional dating is based on these quarry marks that they found in the relieving chambers above the king's chamber. But those quarry marks were painted incorrectly. And they were painted incorrectly using all the mistakes that were in the book that the guy who discovered them had. Isn't that convenient? So, AD 2004 is when the bottom drops out of the world. That also is around the time of Hurricane Katrina. It's around the time that a lot more people started to suddenly wake up. 9/11, I think, is also included in this. I think 9/11 is the immediate precursor to what this pit is. And the pit also just represents the widespread understanding that there is great harm being done in the government and in the world. The Great Pyramid talks about 3 different paths that people take depending on where they're going. And this is worth looking at. The bottom path here, the subterranean passage, is materialism, the physical path of spiritual death for the masses of humanity. 2004, again, this book is from the 70s, shows that that's when we hit bottom. It's the ending of what happens in the beginning at 1914, which is the beginning of World War I, in which mechanized warfare allowed for much, much larger death than had ever been possible before. I mean, war was pretty crazy if you think about it before World War I, right? You got a bunch of guys standing there with guns, standing right in front of each other, bang, 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 and everybody's just falling down dead everywhere, right? But once you have an airplane, you can just cowardly go along, drop a big old bomb on somebody, and blow the hell out of them. So what started in World War I came to a conclusion of how bad it can get with the Iraq War in 2004, and this regime that seized power over the most powerful country in the world. The people who built the pyramid, ostensibly 10,000 years ago, knew that George Bush was going to be coming into power. They might not have known who he was. It's funny, right? But it's true. They knew that the overall timeline specified that that's when things were going to hit their worst point. And I also receive intuitive information. I'm one of those people who can channel. Take that for what you will, but it's very interesting that I received prophecies about the Bush administration coming into power before they did, telling me that in the 2000 election debacle between Bush and Gore, that Gore did not have a chance. The exact passage was, the vice president considers this his own authorship, meaning he considers that he can author how this election is going to turn out, calling for vote recounts in Florida and so forth. It's very convenient when your brother happens to be the governor of Florida. Wonder how those recounts are going to go. The vice president considers this his own authorship while not realizing that he is completely naked. He's got no chance of winning the election. The interim period decides the next victor. The interim period is that time between when the election ended and when the Supreme Court elected George, or selected George W. Bush, right? So this is when things really hit the bottom, because that's when he stole an election the second time. But you have a middle path here. If you go up the timeline, you have the physical rebirth for semi-enlightened people, the karmic evolution towards spiritual initiation. So this is the secondary path. The biggest path, the top path, when you go up to the King's Chamber, you are now in the path of ascension. You're in the path of the Messianic initiative in which you become the fulfillment of the Christ promise and you achieve spiritual escape from materiality, from being human and physical. Now, one of the interesting things the pyramid did is it put these stones in the way, and there are actually other stones that were in this part that were taken out that were made out of limestone, but these are granite, and they're much more solid. And there was a hidden lintel there, which meant that you couldn't even see that these were there. It just looked like the passage only went down. And it wasn't until that lintel fell off while they were setting off explosives in the pyramid to blow the hole into this, that they heard something fall, and that's when they realized there was something else. And they bored a hole through and found this. Because actually this entrance is not in the center of the pyramid. It's 286.1 inches off from the center, and that has a symbolism of the reincarnation of the spiritual messianic role. This whole pyramid is basically designed to tell you that this messianic figure is coming back, which is us. We're all the messianic figure. So the granite plug shows us that we cannot go up this path. Everybody on earth is going to have to go through the path of the dead. And that's why the pyramid is a tomb, because it symbolizes that we are going through that death. So you have to go into the subterranean chamber. You have to hit the pit, or at least see that it's there and not fall into it, before you turn around. This is in your own personal life, the metaphor is. And you have to start crawling back up the subterranean passage, and you get to this point where you can bore a hole through the wall, and then you have this very interesting passageway that's called the forced passage. And what that represents is that you literally have to bore your way through to get up to this point where you can either go into the Queen's Chamber, which is the path of organized religion, or the King's Chamber, which is the path of true spiritual mastery. So this represents how you dig yourself out of trouble. The well shaft or grotto is the stopover point where you actually get to relax a little bit. And many of us have had to go through that. Another interesting thing you see here is that the year 1945 is very interestingly flagged by this structure, which looks very much like there's some sort of altar associated with it. Now, this is what it looks like from the side. It's actually very stretched out inside the chamber. The chamber has a long length going towards the back wall here. It's actually not so tight as you see here. But 1945 is right in the middle of this little statue arrangement. That's the end of World War II. It's a nice little break. You see that there's two equal pillars here, sort of like World War I and World War II. And that's kind of what it means. So now you have this whole area down here, which means that part of the world, part of the people in the world will continue to go through this suffering as time goes on. They're not going to immediately see what's happening. Once you start going towards the Queen's Chamber, you have to climb your way through. This is the entrance to the Queen's Chamber right here. If you want to go up into the King's Chamber, you have to actually climb up these holes in the side, as you can see here. And this is the lifelike size of it. Now this is the Grand Gallery, as it's called. You're climbing up, and then this is the great step up here. And here's a diagram of them life-size going up. And the point that we're concerned with is right here. This represents, there's three little spots, as you can see from the side here, the grooves. But only one of them actually holds a piece of stone in it. And the stone has a symbol on it. And this symbol is the only symbol in the entire Great Pyramid that's like a little plaque that actually shows you something that means something. Okay? That's the only one. Other than this, which looks suspiciously similar to a pregnant woman's stomach. And that is not an accident. That's what it's meant to look like. It's meant to look like the earth giving birth. This is symbolic of the rainbow or the new sunrise. Guess what year in the timeline this is? 2012. The most important date encoded in symbol in the Great Pyramid, if you count 1 inch equals 1 year, is 2012. And it is encoded in this symbol, which represents the dawning of a new age, the sunrise, the rainbow, the fulfillment of the promise, because the rainbow is the bursting forth of color and light and love and majesty to the world that it had not been in before. The stone symbolizes trials that we have to go through, energetic walls that we have to pass through along the way. Now what I want to point out here here's where he actually talks about this and says, if you don't change the dating from 1 inch per year, the first Messianic Advent, where you just saw the symbol, is 2012. The second is the year 2030. The third is 2057, and the fourth is 2084. Now, what's 84 minus 12? 72. What does 72 mean? Who knows the answer? Bueller? Bueller? There are 72 years that it takes for the Earth to move through 1 degree of the precession of the equinoxes, which is a 25,920-year cycle that represents the end of the age. So it's interesting that if it takes 72 years to go through 1 degree, the pyramid is describing a 72-year transitional process in which not only is 2012 important, but once we get through 2012, the next date that we're going to look at is 2030. And then we're going to look at 2057. So we're only going to have to wait another, 18 years after 2012 before we get to 2030. That's pretty cool. 2012 is predicted as the year in which whatever the second coming of Christ is supposed to be will happen. Now, isn't it interesting that if you take the Pyramid of the Sun in Teotihuacan, and you take the Great Pyramid, that the square footage, the actual perimeter of the pyramid is exactly the same. The Pyramid of the Sun in Mexico, the Great Pyramid in Egypt. You have the Atlantic Ocean separating these cultures, which most people would say are completely different. But they both build pyramids. And they both have a calendar. The Egyptian calendar happens to be a lot more complex to understand because it's this whole timeline thing in a big pyramid. But they both have a calendar that flags the year 2012. Now, do you honestly think that that means we can just blow this thing off and it doesn't mean anything? Now we have the proof that both cultures on both sides of the Atlantic say that 2012 is going to be something spectacular. The people who built the Great Pyramid intended to give us a message. And it takes a solving of a mystery to figure out what the message is. You don't just get the answer spoon-fed to you like a little baby. If that was all it was, then it wouldn't involve the free will principle I was talking about. The free will principle is what allows us to have something to strive for. The free will principle is what makes us have to search for the information. And that's why this is cool, because this is an investigation. It's an ongoing investigation. You guys are dipping into the investigation while it's still in progress. I might find something else later on that's going to be really cool, and then I'm going to have to change the whole presentation around and work that in. And I do that all the time. The interesting aspect of how I fit in, for those of you who haven't seen this before, is that there is a remarkable similarity between myself and the historical figure Edgar Cayce, who was a 20th century mystic and psychic, who could be given someone's name and address, and through nothing else but that information, he was able to give their medical problems and a treatment without knowing anything about them. All he knows is their name and address, and they sit down in their house, thousands of miles away, potentially. He sits down, he goes into a trance, he starts speaking, he doesn't remember anything that he says, and when he wakes up, the guy who wrote it down says, "Oh my gosh, this is amazing because, we found out that this person has leukemia, and you said they have leukemia in your reading," and this was done over 14,000 times. So what you see here is a comparison between Cayce's astrology on the inside and my astrology on the outside. And what you see here is Sun over Sun, Venus over Venus, Mars over Mars, Moon over Moon. There's all these correlations between the planets. Superficially, they're in the same sign. You can see that the probability just of hitting the same sign, Pisces, Taurus, Capricorn, year of the ox, the same year of the Chinese zodiac, 1 out of 12, and the moon in the same degree, 1 out of 360. The likelihood of all this happening by chance is really, really unusual, especially because the only time that you get this close of an alignment with Cayce's birth planets, it only happens once in 127 years after he dies, which happens to be the exact time that I was born. It's a coincidence. And of course, there wouldn't be any facial similarity. That would be too obvious. So we can't give you that. You guys have probably seen this before, most of you, but obviously there's a tremendous facial similarity. You can see an extraordinary likeness. In fact, many people have said it's like the same guy, just put on a hat. And in Zurich, somebody actually gave me a bowler hat, and I recreated the famous slack-jawed pose. So, okay, 2012. Now you know that the Great Pyramid is talking about it. Now you know that the Mayan calendar is talking about it. You also may know that the zodiac has ages. The age of Aquarius, right? When does the age of Aquarius come in? 2012. And that's been calculated based on constellations in the sky by mainstream astronomers. So now you have a third correlation. Ages of the zodiac, the Great Pyramid timeline, and the end of the Mayan calendar all say the age of Aquarius, the shift of the ages, 2012, buckle your seatbelt. Something's going to happen. Something very cool and wonderful is going to happen. If you're scared, it's because you haven't solved the mystery. You don't even know that it's a mystery. The fear is what gets you looking for something that will make you not scared. Is this another ordinary time in history? Is there any scientific credibility to the idea that this is not just another year, but that there's something going on? Well, first of all, we're learning more and more about the idea that we are not alone in the universe. The most recent disclosures from mainstream media, this is February of this year, said that there could be 100 billion Earth-like planets in our galaxy alone. Scientists are changing their tune. They're not talking the way they used to talk anymore. Remember in the old days where they're like, and I say old days, I mean only, what, 5 years ago? Well, we don't know if any other star has a planet around it. Maybe they got big gas giants like Jupiter, but we don't really know. Well, now we've had so many advances in looking at the planets with telescopes and such that we know that there are planets everywhere, that most stars do have planets. And now they're calculating that there could be 100 billion planets like the Earth. So that becomes a lot easier to conceptualize the idea that there's extraterrestrial life. The galaxy may be full of Earths and alien life, this is CNN.com. Here's another 100 billion Earth-like planets in the galaxy alone. Here's another recent discovery that's very interesting. All blue-eyed people can be traced back to one ancestor who lived 10,000 years ago near the Black Sea. Guess what, guys? The white skin, the white people, if you will, are the most recent extraterrestrial DNA to come to the planet. Not the only, because hardly anybody on this planet is indigenous human, according to the traditions that we've encountered. But the most recent ET influx is white-skinned people. Everybody with blue eyes can be traced back to one single ancestor. Now, the Casey reading said that Edgar, in his past life in Atlantis, was known as Ra-Ta, that he was the guy who helped design and build the Great Pyramid with the cooperation of an extraterrestrial group called Ra, and that the reason why he was able to do all these magical things like channeling and being able to find out where to build the pyramid and being able to hear the words was that he was a hybrid. His mother was impregnated by a human extraterrestrial that had white skin. They'd never seen white-skinned people on Earth before. So, Edgar Casey's past life as Ra-Ta, says in the readings, very controversial, was the first white man on Earth. And if that was my past life, then that means I'm your daddy.
I'm your daddy.
Thank you very much. You have to be able to laugh at yourself. I mean, it's ludicrous for me to say that I was somebody else, and I don't. All I know is that there's a facial similarity. You can't deny that, okay? You can't deny that. You can't deny that there's an astrological similarity. Those are facts. You can't deny that I also have done readings like he did, and you can't deny that I put readings online that predicted events that happened in the future that actually came true. Okay? And the Casey readings did predict that he would come back, and they said that he would be more like Ra-Ta than he was like Edgar. And Ra-Ta created a hall of records in which all the knowledge of Atlantis was put together for future races to use, for future people on Earth to use. The hall of records is accessed telepathically. And so what I've been doing is basically downloading the information from the hall of records that I knew back then, and putting it together, and that's why we have information that's unlike anything else that you've seen, because it's all remembering. So the most powerful people in the world took the teachings that Edgar's past life as Rata helped to create and contorted it into a negative purpose. And so not only am I the daddy of all the white people, I'm also the father of the Illuminati. Yeah, that's really nice. Thanks for that, karma. The Illuminati have a tradition about a great prophet who they said was killed for his beliefs, and that he's the founder of all their spiritual teaching, and that legend that they teach in the very high levels of the Illuminati is identical to the Rata story. Okay? And they apparently inherited a prophecy that said that he was going to come back and help usher in a golden age, which they call the New World Order. Novus Ordo Seclorum, it's on the bottom. And that what they did is they inherited a positive prophecy about one of what the Casey reading said would be a team of liberators who would help change the planet. A team, not one person. All this stuff about one guy coming in and doing all this stuff is not true. The Great Pyramid speaks of Jesus coming in and speaks of him in very positive terms, but it also says this is a universal event for humanity's entire history. So it's not just about one religion, it's about something that benefits everyone. This time that we're in is a time of change, and it's a time in which we all get to experience that change together. We're all in this together, and each one of you are one of those liberators. If you're watching this video on the internet, or if you're in this room with me right now actually seeing this live, you are one of those people who has been charged with a responsibility to share what you know with the people. And yes, just like has happened to me, somebody is going to call you the Antichrist. It happened to you, apparently. Somebody is going to call you a Messiah. And that's not true either, because we're all here together to work on this stuff. There is no one savior figure, per se. Can I get an amen on that? All right. Look, the purpose is for us to come together and to find commonality between us. So, the real working end of the 2012 prophecy, where we start to have the rubber meet the road, is looking at the solar system and seeing that all the planets are changing the same way as the Earth is changing. The Earth changes are not unique to the Earth. They are a universal phenomenon throughout the solar system. That's called interplanetary climate change. That's one of the things we're going to be talking about. You're also going to see evidence very clear in the fossil record showing that in even intervals of 26 million years, every form of life on Earth spontaneously changes and upgrades from one type of creature to another. The DNA code itself gets rewritten, and I'm going to show you the evidence of how that happens. More recently, another cycle was discovered that's 62 million years in length. This cycle was discovered by Dr. Robert Rode, goes all the way back to the first single-celled organisms in the fossil record, 542 million years ago. 62 million year cycle. Now, what does this mean? What I believe this means is that the center of the galaxy is releasing waves of energy. And the way that you visualize this is think about dropping a rock into a stream or a still pond. You drop that rock into the pond, the surface makes a ripple. It's a circle, and it goes out. These are ripples of energy that slowly travel from the center of the galaxy, and they're structured like layers of an onion. And they're evenly spaced because it's all vibration. It's all harmonics. So as these evenly spaced walls shoot through the solar system, they reprogram the DNA on Earth. And all of the creatures on Earth are spontaneously transformed, as you see in the fossil record here. There's no evidence in many of these cases of cataclysms. There's just suddenly one species and then another one. And there's no transition. You have shellfish, like a clam, and then the skeleton's on the outside and the body's on the inside, and then what happened? That flesh is on the outside, skeleton's on the inside. There's no halfway creature where the flesh is halfway in and halfway out. You go from shellfish to bony fish, bang, just like that. It was spontaneously changed. And there are many, many of these dropped things in the fossil record where you can't see the difference. So, in order to understand 2012 and to make sense of these prophecies, what we really need to do is look back to the past, as we've already started, and get a sense of what was the technology of Atlantis, because I want to present to you the possibility that a technology doesn't necessarily involve machines with electrical circuits and gears and moving parts. A pyramid can be a technology. It can be a technology that operates as a machine just by sitting there, and as I said earlier, acting as a funnel for this fluid-like energy that makes all of matter as we know it. Obviously, you have the pyramid here. This is the second pyramid next to the Great Pyramid of Giza and the Sphinx in front. These are the casing stones, what's left of them on the top, which originally, as I said, were mirror-polished, white limestone. We now have an Atlantis-type city that was found under the ocean on the western tip of Cuba. And this was covered in the media briefly, but then the story was squelched. This is the actual side-scan sonar photographs of what was originally discovered. This was two scientists, Paulina Zalitsky and Paul Weinsweig, who had been given a charter by the Cuban government to conduct side-scan sonar readings of the seafloor around Cuba, hoping to find sunken Spanish galleons with gold on them and treasure. And they promised that they would give the Cuban government a share of the profit. So that seems like a pretty good deal. You just give somebody permission to do these readings, and then lo and behold, if they find something, you get to make money. Now, the problem was that what they found was not treasure. It was much more valuable than just gold coins. It was actually pyramids and sphinxes and roads and buildings. Now, a three-dimensional reconstruction of what you see from the top down here has been built. So what you see here is the ruined platforms of giant buildings that are now a half a mile under the ocean. And we know, based on geology, that these structures could not have been above sea level any time earlier than 10,000 years ago. They're at least 10,000 years old, minimum. We know this is true. This should be the smoking gun of Atlantis. There was a contract made with National Geographic. This was all supposed to be released in the summer of 2003, but it got squelched. It never came out in the open, unfortunately. Here's Paulina Zalitsky in front of inscriptions that she found in the caves in Cuba that are very, very similar to what she saw in the Atlantean ruins that she was looking at with a submersible submarine that has a little camera in it. She actually saw inscriptions just like this. Now, these are the descriptions of those energy fields in the solar system. Remember I was telling you the galaxy gives off these rippling waves of energy and they come through the solar system? Well, the Atlanteans knew about that and they were drawing it. And so what you see is planets here with their ripples on it, and then that's the sun. Or that could be the galaxy. We're not really sure. She also found these inscriptions in the caves of Cuba, which would have just been the highland mountains of Atlantis. And these are identical to inscriptions that were found on the stones underneath the water. Now, this is the closest that she's ever come to actually showing us one of the pyramids. This is from actual footage that was taken from her submarine. It's the only picture that has ever been released to the public showing one of her pyramids. You can look at it up close and get a glimpse of what actually is a blunted top. It does not go in a straight line. Well, there is another example of that, and that's the bent pyramid of Dashur in Egypt. And so what we're seeing is very, very similar structure. Now, this is an enormous, enormous pyramid under the ocean in Cuba. So, anybody that tells you that Atlantis is full of crap, I just gave you photographic proof that it exists. So that argument has been shot. We know for a fact that pyramid could not have been above sea level could not have been above sea level unless it was at least 10,000 years old. At least. Given that information, what the heck did they know, and why did they build these things everywhere they possibly could? Ancient sites do harness energy. We're going to see a variety of sites that do this. The first one we're going to talk about is menhirs, or standing stones. And I want you to just primarily look at them. There's not a whole lot to say except how beautiful they are. A person is only about this tall, so this gives you a sense of how huge some of these are. These stones are able to harness energy coming up out of the earth and ripple it out into the surrounding countryside in expanding circles. And that energy, as we're going to see, actually has positive benefits for people's health, has positive benefits for vitality. There's many, many things that these stones will do for you. And they harness an energy of consciousness, an energy that will actually help us to become more evolved, more intelligent, and more psychic. And it's just a phenomenal feat that they would actually be able to take these giant stones and get them to stand up like this in the first place. With the equipment that was supposedly available to them at the time, this is quite a stunning accomplishment. Dolmens are the next thing we're going to look at, and dolmens are actual cellars where you have stones built into a room. The purpose of these, and they are all over the place, they're in France, they're in Scotland, they're in Ireland, they're in England, is that you go inside and you meditate. And what it does is it captures energy from the earth and it concentrates it and focalizes it inside under this area here. And so you're sitting in there meditating and you get this big energy blast. And so look at that. Now how in the world, I mean the weight of this stone is so tremendous and it has stayed there for all these thousands of years. It never fell over, regardless of earthquakes or whatever happened. It's still there. And you can see another dolmen right over here. I mean, that's a side view of it, and here it is from the front. It's astonishing that they don't fall over, but yet they don't. Some of them are a lot more organized, where they actually have breathing holes, and then it's all kind of built in on itself. So this is a big cosmic energy chamber. You really get a big blast going in underneath one of these and meditating. The next one we're going to talk about is barrows. Barrows are mounds, and they exist in America as well as in England. The ones that I'm showing you now are all going to be in England. It doesn't look like much except just a big round dome. But the interesting part is, and you can see how pyramidal that one is, the interesting thing is that many of them have entrances, and you can actually go through the entrance and go inside, and there's a big round room inside. And you meditate inside the room, and once again you get this big spiritual energy blast when you go in there. Now they're not only single mounds, sometimes they become elongated mounds, and this is all related to tailoring the energy coming out of the earth. Henges are the ones that everybody is so familiar with and we love so dearly because of Stonehenge, but that's not the only one. This is a part of Avebury here, which is another henge. The sheep really like the energy the stones give off. Sometimes you get large stones that are just set up right but are not specifically tall and narrow like that. This is an example of a barrow and a henge. You have a henge in the front, and this is a barrow in the back with an entrance up here. Another example of a henge, another example. So you can see these don't just occur a couple times. They keep happening over and over again, and these are only the ones that are still standing. There's many others that have been buried. Now this is fascinating because this is the full outline of Avebury. Every single little dot in this entire serpent shape that you see here used to be a standing stone, and every single one of them still exists. They've dug them up from the ground. So this was an enormous serpent with a head and then the stomach that has eaten something. And this is Silbury Hill. So what you actually have here, if you notice the triangular relationship between these areas, is all these stones and the mound are all built to focus energy here and here primarily. It sends the energy into this area where a large gathering of people happen, and it acts as a consciousness-enhancing technology, which we now have lost access to in the West. And this, of course, is Stonehenge, the most famous group of these standing stones of all. Quite beautiful, tongue and groove lintels that stand on top of the menhirs. This is what it looked like when it was first built, and you can see that every single one of those stones was there, and they've just fallen apart over time. And then over time, these post holes were dug that allowed them to calculate eclipses and planetary cycles and all sorts of things. Now the next question is, are these ancient structures connected? And the science that will help us to understand this is ley lines. Sir Alfred Watkins was the modern pioneer to discover how ancient sites all come together on uniform blueprints. In 1920s, he found that ancient holy sites could line up in straight lines. He called them leys. The sites from extremely different ages, millennia apart, were all aligned together, including Neolithic, Bronze Age, Iron Age, and the Christian era. So here he is with his camera, and he would actually take pictures of long distances and calculate how straight the lines were, and they were amazingly accurate. Now look at this. What you see in this diagram is a part of England, and every single one of these little, where you see a word, that's an ancient sacred site. And it can be anything from cathedrals to Stonehenge to all sorts of stuff built in all these different eras of time, but somehow every single one of them lands directly on that line. Now, why do you think they would do that? Doesn't it seem to suggest that they knew something? That there was some energy coming out of the earth that means that if you build a pyramid or one of these standing stones, that it's going to be a lot more powerful if you build it on that line than somewhere else. It's basically like this. If you want to eat food for dinner, you're not going to eat air, right? You're going to actually have a real meal. This is where the food is for the pyramid. So if you want your object to work, if you want your structure to work, you build it where the energy is, so it can harness the energy that you built it to make for you. The BBC published a very interesting article that gives us insights into the science of ley lines. The area again is Gloucestershire, and here's the line that we just saw before, and then you can also see there's another line there, which also has many, many ancient sites on it. Ley lines are one of the most enduring Earth mysteries, a network of prehistoric pathways crisscrossing the country believed to have mystical significance. They're alignments and patterns of powerful Earth energy, said to connect various sacred sites including churches, temples, stone circles, megaliths, holy wells, burial sites, and other locations of spiritual or magical importance. Major prehistoric structures of higher importance can frequently be found to occupy locations where two or more leys intersect with each other. Alleged ley lines are often identified by spiritualists dowsing with rods. These methods are questionable in their accuracy, so the alleged placement of ley lines should be treated with some skepticism. Well, thankfully, that might have been true if all you had was dowsing, but what we actually have is a worldwide map of all the ley lines and why they're there, because it's all based on geometry. We're going to get to that right now. Hyperdimensional grid effects. The first place that we go to understand how all these ley lines connect together around the world is we got to find where all the weirdest stuff happens on the planet. Ivan Sanderson did that by investigating a massive number of disappearances of ships, which is marine, and aircraft. These ships are marine vessels that are sailing through the ocean, and all of a sudden they're gone. And there could be somebody sailing behind them and they seem to vanish. They don't know where they went. There's no flotsam, there's no wreckage, there's nothing to show that these ships were there. They just disappear. Now sometimes wreckage has been found and the phenomenon has been attempted to be debunked by people finding certain examples of wreckage, but that does not mean that all of this stuff is disproven by any stretch. Sanderson discovered that all of these different disappearances of aircraft and boats all occur at 12 locations around the world. They can all cluster around those 12 locations. And even more interestingly, the 12 locations are equally distant from each other. I mean, if you're just zoning out and kind of getting hypnotized by me and not really paying attention, you're not going to get the importance of that. Not that I'm hypnotic at all. But equally distant from each other, what does that mean? That's like a guitar string. When you pluck a guitar string, all of the points in which the string is vibrating like this, in between two points, it doesn't really move, and that's called a node. The nodes are always equally distant. That's a product of vibration. So if you have a string vibrating and it creates 5 nodes, those nodes stay the same, and the string is going up and down around the node like this. So what we're seeing is that the Earth's energy has these 12 spots where it's pulsating in and out like this, but on those 12 spots it's not moving. And what you're seeing is a gateway between dimensions that forms at those spots, which are geometric in nature. If you connect the dots, it forms a geometry called an icosahedron, which is one of the basic so-called Platonic solids because it was invented by Plato who also gives us the dubious distinction of inventing school. So if you want to blame somebody for why you had to go through all those years of school, you can blame Plato. One of the 12 spots is the Bermuda Triangle, as you see here. Here they are laid out along the Earth. You can see this is the Devil's Triangle here in Japan. This is Easter Island down here. You have another one off Rio de Janeiro in Brazil. You have another one down here around Africa. That's the groovy stuff that's happened with the Himalayas. All the stories of the masters of the Far East, the masters and teachings of the Far East, Baird Spalding. He's got all that stuff about ascended masters. You have weird stuff that's happening with sightings in Africa, dinosaur sightings here. This is another disappearance spot. Most of the rest of them, as you can see, are in the ocean. The only two that are on land are in Africa and here in the Himalayas. You had a question?
Isn't that where that one in Simcoe, isn't that where the Great Garbage Patch is sitting?
Yes, actually that's true. The Great Garbage Patch is right over here because this is an area in which all the ocean currents circulate called the doldrums. Because you don't want to sail through that, there's no wind there. But the reason why the garbage patch is formed there is because the water always circulates around these vortexes. These vortexes have a lot of energy around them. There's also the most number of electrical fish in the ocean in these areas, which is another interesting thing, like electric eels. Now, if you actually look at the whole Earth together, you get the icosahedron. That's the shape. That's how they all connect together. So this is a geometry. Now, the reason why this is important is that this geometry will form naturally if you vibrate liquid with a pure sound frequency. That's the big secret. A pure sound frequency, like one of the white keys on the piano, you play that frequency into the water, whatever the water is. In this case, it's the energy that behaves like water, but it's the same principle. But you can do it with regular water, and you get that geometry showing up in the water when you play these sound frequencies. So that's the basis of it. It's basically just geometry. It's a vibration. Geometry is vibration as a crystal. So these three Russian scientists, and everybody laughs when I say their names for whatever reason, Goncharov, Morozov, and Makarov. I don't know why that's funny, but okay, if y'all want to laugh, you can laugh. Found that over 4,000 sites fit on the global grid. And the global grid that they found, they started with Ivan Sanderson's basic 12 points, the icosahedron, and then they simply added in another geometry called a dodecahedron. And by mixing the two together, they found all the ley lines. They found a way in which everything that has ever been built that looks like it's built to harness this energy, including Chinese temples, pagodas, Stonehenge, dolmens, menhirs, all the stuff I was showing you, cathedrals, all around the world, Easter Island, the mound builders in America, you name it, they found 4,000 of these kinds of sites, and every single one of them was on this grid. So the whole world knew how to use this technology back then, and it's been lost. This is the most advanced version of the grid that we now have, called Becker-Hagen's, and this is where the black spots are the original 12 nodes of Ivan Sanderson's grid. And then you see how it's evolved with, you now have two icosahedras together, one that is out of phase with the other, and that's what creates these 120 different triangles that form the grid. It's called the Unified Vector Geometry 120 Polyhedron, or UVG 120. That's the long name for it, but the simple name is Becker-Hagen's grid, which is a lot easier to say. Yeah?
Are there any here in the United States?
Oh yeah, if you look at the United States on the Becker-Hagen's grid, what's the first big node that you see? It's right around Los Angeles in Baja California there. So this is why there's so many people in Los Angeles, why it's such a huge population center, because we like to be near these nodes. They feel good, and they create a lot of energy. I'm very energized by living in LA. We're in this area right now. We're on this node right now where this talk is happening. The other big one, of course, is right off Florida. And look at this. The lines, again, are very important, and that line shoots straight up the east coast of the United States. So everybody on the East Coast, the whole East Coast megalopolis is all feeding off of that line. And then when people get old and they get sick, what do? They want to move to Florida. Why do they want to move to Florida? Because they feel healthier. Why do they get healthier? Because they're on the node. And the node feeds your DNA. There's Hawaii, okay? And what we know is that Hawaii is right on one of the nodes, and the cancer rates in Hawaii are dramatically lower than anywhere else in the world. Dramatically lower. We also find out that in Washington, D.C., the cancer rates are much lower. So the people that decided where to put the capital of the United States made darn sure that they used this grid. Because what you have is a lot of these politicians, and they leave, like I think Richard Hoagland talks about Sam Donaldson as one example, that he left Washington, D.C. and died very soon afterwards. Because in D.C. they have a grid node that gives you a lot of energy that helps you heal. Now what you can also see here is grid effects in which the landmass is being sculpted by these geometric forces. These lines are not arbitrary. You can see these island chains that fit perfectly in a grand circle. You connect these nodes on the grid together. You see how they all fit together. Now the Germans discovered that there were some houses where the energy was really bad and people were getting sick and dying. 1920s in Germany with the dowsers discovered that more people got cancer in these certain houses, and they revealed from their dowsing, which I believe is credible, that the houses had veins of water running underneath them. The neighboring houses did not have two rivers that crossed together under the house. So it's when these two rivers of water crossed together that you were getting these negative effects that actually diminished your health. And apparently the reason why is that when you have two rivers crossing over each other underground, that they draw energy, that it creates an energetic friction that scrambles the field and actually scrambles your field and creates cancer. So it's not always healthy. Sometimes it can be unhealthy. So can we prove the site's harnessed usable energy? Well, obviously somebody thought so, because every single daggone site that you can find out of 4,000 in the world, all were built on this grid. If the grid doesn't mean anything, then why did they do that? Obviously there's a reason. The grid can be shown to have shaped the continents for where they are now, and clearly there was a usable energy that they were harnessing in order to bother to build the pyramid in the first place. I mean, it's not exactly an easy thing to build these pyramids. These stones are weighing hundreds of tons. Some of them are bigger than 18-wheelers. They're much bigger than 18-wheelers. They're the size of small buildings, a single stone. We can't even lift them now. We don't have any crane in the world that's big enough to lift these stones. Why did they bother to do it? And if they're doing it, why would they do it on this specific spot on a grid? What's the point? The point is that they're using energy. Well, if they're using energy, then how can we prove that? I'm not just going to ask you to take my word for it. I want scientific proof that shows me what they're doing and how we can use that technology today to help the world. Is that not a good idea? I mean, that's a great idea. Because if we can use this technology today, then we might be able to solve some problems that we have on the Earth, including the energy crisis. And we may be able to find new ways to keep people healthy. Because, as you can see, the Krebs houses in Germany would actually make people very unhealthy, and other sites were very much associated with health. That's why they built the dolmens and the menhirs and the barrows. These were meditation spots. So in Russia, they now have done research with pyramids that holds the key to explaining all this stuff in a way that we can make sense out of. What you're seeing here on the bottom is people, and this is a 144-foot tall pyramid built out of fiberglass and PVC pipe. PVC pipe on the inside, as you can see here, and then these are the sheets of fiberglass on an angle going up the inside. An amazing, amazing structure that has many, many interesting things that happen once you've built it, both inside and outside. This is not simply something that you get to look at and say, wow, it's a pyramid, it's cool. This is a working technology that they have studied scientifically. And by the way, this is not woo-woo science. These are the same people that were in the military-industrial complex of the Soviet Union who, after the fall of the Iron Curtain in 1990-91 timeframe, still had the facilities, still had the communist government paying them a monthly salary, but didn't have anything to do because the military-industrial complex no longer existed as it once did. So they still have the labs, they still have a salary, and they can study whatever the heck they want. So because they had this whole background of research, they built pyramids. And they studied the science of pyramids, and they came up with some amazing research. So here are some smaller examples. You can see they were built in the countryside. This one obviously is a lot shorter. Now let's take a look at some of the things that they found. If you build one of these pyramids over an oil well, you get 25% more productivity out of the oil well. It's amazing. And you get 25% fewer contaminants in the oil. They found incredible healing results. First of all, if you take a poisonous substance and you store it inside the pyramid, the chemical makeup of the substance changes, and it's no longer toxic to the body. The pyramid is harnessing the very energy of life, the energy that keeps things alive and keeps things healthy. They even found that cancer, you could give the same carcinogens to lab rats and then to rats in the pyramid, and the rats in the pyramid would get much, much fewer tumors, if any, than the rats in the lab. You give them exactly the same carcinogen, and the rats in the pyramid do fine. The same thing was true with typhoid fever, diabetes, all this kinds of stuff. In the pyramid, there was no problem. There was a 400% increase in the productivity of seeds that were stored in the pyramid. That's another amazing effect. All you got to do is take seeds and scatter them into the pyramid, and then leave them there for a while, and then start planting them. And the plants are 400% bigger than the same seeds that were not put in the pyramid, over and over again. So it's like the seed itself and the plant that grows from it has been supercharged by this energy in a very fascinating way. There was strong electrical activity generated at the top of the pyramid, meaning that you could actually put a battery pile, like a battery charger up there, which is just positive, negative in a big solution, and it starts generating electrical current, and you can power your house with it. Now this is where it gets really interesting, because what they also found was that earthquakes did not happen anymore as these big, nasty, catastrophic events. They only got small little quakes that didn't cause any trouble to the land. Now, if the ancients are building pyramids all over the world, and we know that Atlantis sank, then do you think that maybe they were trying to make sure that that didn't happen again? Or, an even more interesting idea is, what if the ancients knew that Atlantis was going to sink, and they were in a mad dash to try to stop it from happening by building pyramids around the world, and they didn't get the network finished in time? That's another possibility. We don't really know which one it is. There was also an enormous column of energy detectable around the pyramid in the atmosphere, hundreds of miles wide. And this column of energy would actually deflect severe weather. You would have a storm coming in, and there's this big circle that forms around the pyramid, this energetic circle. And the storm just goes right around the circle. It's incredible. So, what does this start telling us about the nature of weather? Think about that for a minute. What is weather? What is a severe weather activity? It's a torsion field, right? It's a consciousness thing. Earthquakes. Earthquakes, to some degree, are related to this torsion field, because if you have this pyramid which is regularizing that flow of energy, then you no longer get earthquakes anymore. The ancient teachings tell us that the earth is alive, and that bad weather and bad problems are the result of the earth being upset with us. That we create a disharmony, and the disharmony that we create is what creates the bad weather and the bad earthquakes and the volcanoes and all that stuff. And the pyramids were able to make all this stuff happen. The Russians took granite that looked like salt and pepper. It was white and black granite. And they put the granite inside the pyramid. And then after a while, they took the granite out and they built jail cells with it. And what they found was that the prisoners who stayed in the jail cells made out of this specific granite were much more well-behaved than the other prisoners. The prisons that were built, where the cells were built with this granite, those prisoners in those prisons they all got off of alcohol and drugs. They all started to get along with each other much more than the others. And the problem is that the translation was bad, and we thought that it was actually salt and pepper that they were feeding the prisoners. But it turns out that salt and pepper is actually granite. So that's a mistake. So this proves that there is a connection between the consciousness of humanity and the consciousness of the earth. Earth changes are not something that's happening randomly. We're also oh my God, global warming, what are we going to do? Oh, we got to use solar power and stop driving cars and stuff. Well, obviously we should figure out how to get cars running on water, and I was talking to you about that technology. That already exists. We could desalinate the oceans very easily with some of these technologies. But global warming is an energetic phenomenon. And it's a phenomenon that, as I said, is occurring throughout the solar system. It proves there's a connection between earthquakes and consciousness. It proves that there's a connection between severe weather and consciousness. And it proves that our consciousness is directly affecting the Earth. So that's a very significant piece of information for us to have, because it gives us the power back. We're no longer out there expecting that these things cannot be dealt with, that there's really nothing we can do. We do have the control. We do have the power. And it comes from pursuing the truth within ourselves. And then that truth has a radiant quality that affects the whole planet. So all we have to do is work on ourselves, work on our own inner spiritual quest, find the love within ourselves, find the ability to love ourselves, which is primarily through forgiveness. If you have forgiveness, then you can deal with all of these terrible things in your life that you haven't been willing to accept. With forgiveness comes the stoppage of the wheel of karma. You don't have to keep going through cycle after cycle of suffering anymore. Because now what you're doing is breaking the cycle. And so on a collective level, all these earth changes over here are happening because we haven't gotten to this forgiveness over here. And when we master this, then these synthesize together, and we won't have earth changes anymore. That's part of what 2012 is about. The Law of One series, My Spiritual Backbone, says very clearly, there are no more earth changes after 2012. All of the scary stuff that's happening stops. So regardless of what you believe is going to happen, if you buy into the Law of One, and if you follow my work, you know how strongly I do, because there's a lot of science that backs up what was in those books. The books were channeled in 1981, and there's a lot of stuff that came out since then that validates point for point what's in those books, and it's way too long to explain right now. There's a lot of stuff on my website, divinecosmos.com, about that. It said very clearly 2012 is an energetic transformation. It's a transformation that affects everyone on Earth. It's a transformation that effectively turns us into light beings, and that the Earth changes as we know them stop after 2012. Very fascinating. The pyramid was the master design in which the open sarcophagus in the king's chamber, you're supposed to lie in it. You have an out-of-body experience where you then face your own shadow self, projected to you as this monster that you have to wrestle with in the astral plane. And if you successfully can forgive and accept that part of yourself that appears to be evil, then you get the healing. Now this is what's happening to us as a planet. What do you think that projection of the part of ourselves that looks evil is in the planet right now? The New World Order, the Illuminati, the government. If you are angry at the New World Order, if you are angry at the Illuminati, if you hate them, and if you're out there afraid of them, they're winning. Because negative entities feed on your fear. They actually harness your energy of fear. The fear that you feel sends energy to them. What I'm here to tell you is that there is nothing to be afraid of, because they are fulfilling their purpose of acting as the projection of our shadow. We're going through this planetary initiation of the open sarcophagus. The reason why it's open is that once we're through this, there is no more death. We have reached a state of immortality, much different than where we are now. That's what the prophecies say. When someone who is profane, if you will, using a Masonic term, goes into the pyramid, like Napoleon, he had a terrible night. He tried to stay in the sarcophagus overnight. He had horrible nightmares, and he ran screaming out of the pyramid. So you have to be ready for this. That's his actual sketch of his terrible night in the pyramid that he drew. Isaac Newton, of course, was just another guy, a scientist, and he happened to see an apple fall, and everybody saw apples falling out of trees all the time. The only difference is that Newton starts saying, hey, why did the apple fall out of the tree? Is there something that made the apple fall out of the tree? It's gravity. There's a force that pulled the apple out of the tree and made it hit the ground. It doesn't just happen. There's a reason for why it happens. So this is the new Newtonian revolution. And the question is, are we looking to see the apple falling? Are we looking at the obvious truth of pyramids, Stonehenge, standing stones, temples, churches, megalithic structures built all around the world, 4,000 of them, and every single one is built on this grid? That's the same thing as Newton seeing the apple fall. That's the same thing. The only difference is that we haven't yet identified that there's a force responsible for why they built these things in these places. This brings us back to the questions of God. What you're starting to see is a provable spiritual teaching, a scientifically valid exploration of a supreme being. That's where we're going. Religion doesn't need to be there except as a way to organize your understanding of a one infinite creator. You can go into this atheistic and look at it strictly scientifically and come to the conclusion that there must be some intelligence to the universe. And that's one of the problems, is that the word intelligent design has now been irrevocably intertwined with creationist biblical teaching. And that should not happen, because many people who are proponents of intelligent design are not buying into mainstream Christian theology. But what's happened is that either you're a scientist, which means you don't believe any of this stuff, or you're a religious nutcase. But there's a middle ground, and that's the thing, is the ancients knew this. And then you have groups like the Masonic Order, which have taken all these ancient traditions, like on the back of the dollar bill, and they make it secret, but they hide it right out in front of you. They've shown you the pyramid, right? They're showing you the eye going down. Obviously, they think that's really important because it's one. They have the word one on the dollar everywhere, one God, right? It's the one God. George Washington's eye is directly in the middle of the dollar on the front. If you go and take a look, you'll see that. Because there's a little painting in the top of the U.S. Capitol dome. If you sit on your back and you look up at the top of the Capitol, there's a painting up there, a fresco, called The Apotheosis of George Washington, in which he is positioned on a rainbow because they believe that he ascended after he was president of the United States and that he became a god, because they believe themselves to be gods where no one else is. And so what happens is they do not want us to know this, because if we knew that the pyramid could bring us to a godlike state, then we would start building them and we'd start using them, and they don't want us to have the technology. So they flaunt it right in front of you. They put it on the dollar bill. And they build the largest building in Washington, D.C. is what? The Washington Monument, which is what? It's a big obelisk. It's the same thing as the menhir, the standing stone, intended to ripple out energy into the surrounding city. You have a question? She asked, is it true that the world elite have different DNA? This is very interesting, and somebody asked me about our new whistleblower, Dr. Pete Peterson, and wanting me to share some of his testimony. And I said this on the radio with Project Camelot. I'll repeat it. There are some technologies that have been discovered that allow you to have a certain degree of influence over people's minds. Mind control. Okay? It's scary stuff. It is primarily something that can create blunt changes. It's not anything that can beam into your head and make you do very specific things. That's a misnomer. But it is possible to make a rough change to the way that people feel using certain types of energy based on these technologies. However, Dr. Peterson's research people found that fully 15% of all the people in the world cannot be affected by mind control. Ever. Ever. Now, we got this from the highest level of the Black Ops community. They cannot be affected at all. Ever. They developed a technology to make sure that if you're not part of that 15%, that you become part of that 15% who can never be affected by mind control. The technology is very simple, and they gave it to all the world leaders and all the Illuminati politicians. and they would hide it under their shirt lapel. See, I don't have one, because I'm not in there, all right? I'm just proving it right now. The technology is this little device that you put in your eye, and it has a little blinking light in it. And you turn a knob on the thing, and it makes the light blink faster and faster and faster, and you look at it. And what you're supposed to do is you keep looking at this device until the blinking frequency is so fast that you don't see the blink anymore, that you only see a clean light. Now what you want to do is get to the point that you can see it blinking faster and faster. That's the goal. You want to be able to see the blink and not have it turn into a solid light. Now, it's called a flicker frequency generator because what happens is it finds out the exact level. You turn it up just to the level where it becomes a solid color, where you no longer see blinking. And then there's a little weird circuit in there that's based on torsion fields. It's this funny little circuit, and it generates that frequency, and it's beaming it into your body. It's a very, very simple circuit. There's nothing high technology about this, but what it does is it keeps your brain rate, it keeps your frequency of your brainwave activity up at the level where this frequency is flickering at a higher speed. Okay? Once your brainwave activity is up at that higher speed, you cannot be mind controlled at all. Now, any of us can reach that frequency. And the best way to reach it is, guess what? You knew what the answer was. Meditation. If you are in a positive, uplifting state of consciousness, if you are inspired and you're not negative and down but you have this positive outlook, your flicker frequency is too high to be affected by mind control. Now then the next question is, well, 15% of the people automatically don't have any susceptibility to mind control? And it turns out that yes, they do have a slightly different form of DNA than the rest of the planet. That's true. But it's not just people in the New World Order. And it's not just a master race. It's not just the white man. It's black people. It's Asian people. It's every race has part of this 15%. The thing that these guys in the government haven't discovered yet is that that little DNA marker that they found in the DNA is something that you switch on. You're not born with it. You switch it on by getting enlightened. Okay? That's why 15% of the people have it. It's the DNA marker that shows you that you have reached a level where your DNA has activated and where you no longer are susceptible to mind control. So if you are worried about this kind of stuff, if you are in fear, the answer to fear is love. Because fear is the absence of the energy of the universe. The energy of the universe will destroy poison, it will destroy disease, it will bring you bliss, it will bring you happiness, and it will bring you vitality to your physical body. It will raise your IQ, it will raise your vibration. It does these amazing, miraculous things. And the reason why you can see it in the DNA is that you switch on your DNA. We're going to look for a moment at crop circles, and I'm going to show you some patterns in the crops that actually predict this type of change happening in the world, that there's a DNA change going on. First of all, I want to make it clear that crop circles have existed for a long, long time. If you go back to 815 AD in France, back then there was no church and state separation. The church was the government. And that's got to suck. Now in this posh quarters that he's got here with all the luxurious interior decorating and lighting, he's busy scribbling away at an edict to try to further control and manipulate the masses. And the edict is called "Against the Foolish Opinion of the Masses About Hail and Thunder." This is basically the 815 AD version of swamp gas, because they believed in cloud ships. Ships in the sky like boats, but they are in the clouds. From what they called Magonia, that were flattening crops into circles as a ransom to protect against bad weather. So what they felt was that these cloud ships were giving them good weather, that these cloud ships were making sure the weather was good. But hey, if you want me to give you good weather, you need to give me something. Let me flatten these crops down into beautiful little circles for you. It doesn't really make a whole lot of sense, but they were pagans and they were running around naked in the forest, so we got to kind of give them some credit where credit is due. So he had to issue a prohibition against locals taking seeds out of the crop circles because they wanted to use them in fertility rituals. Why do you think they did? Because these crop circles were totally energized. And when you built something out of them and you ran through it, man, you got a big, big charge of energy. It's amazing. So that's why he spent so much time having to defend the farmers, because the farmers were getting so angry about everybody taking out the crops from their crop circles that they actually had to complain to the government and make a government edict that says you can't do it. In the 12th century, you see reports of fairy rings, which they call the ring of daisies caused by elves dancing. I found this 1880 illustration actually showing the fairies running around in a circle, stamping down the grass. Very fascinating, because this is the crop circle. That's how they believed it was being made. And in 1678, you have this legend of the mowing devil, in which a farmer hired a mower to mow down his crops. And the mower says, I want $2,000 to mow down this crop, even though it's only going to take me, a day. And the farmer's like, $2,000? You know your mind. I mean, I'm just making it into conventional terms, just to try to make it more accessible to us. I'd rather have the devil mow my crops down than you. And he goes to bed that night, and the whole field lights up like it's on fire. Oh boy, something's going on out there. Am I going to lose all my crops? Is it burning? Then he goes outside the next day after all this fire, or what he thought was fire, this brilliant white light, and a perfect circle had appeared in the crop, so neatly mowed that no mortal man could have done it. So this obviously scared the crap out of him. And so, of course, being in the 1600s, it's the devil. It's got to be the devil. Got to be. And so they actually illustrated the devil going around with his little sickle and chopping the crops down. In the same period of the 1600s, Dr. Robert Plot was also looking into crop circles, among many other forms of research. He was one of the first paleontologists who was digging up dinosaur fossils and trying to make sense out of what this was. And so when he dug up a particular fossil, he thought that he was seeing the scrotum of a giant. So he is our first homoerotic paleontologist. And yes, that would be an enormous boner. This is actually the hip bone of a megalosaurus, so you can imagine how well hung this giant was. Oh my God. And what he was doing is he was drawing the crop circles that were showing up in the English countryside. And they're not just circles. Look at this. And this is his really, really silly hypothesis where he says, oh, well, there was a square gust of wind which drew this perfect square in the ground. Of course. That's how it works. What you're seeing is that the modern theory has really not gotten a whole lot better than this. We haven't really grown much in 400 years in mainstream science, because some of the English say that the crop circles are nothing more than an army of hedgehogs running round and round. Literally. I mean, that's one of the arguments of what was causing this to happen. He also found that the soil became much more dry and loose than ordinary, and that it had a white whore on it. I'm not even going there, so don't even... Much like moldy bread with a musty, rancid smell, but to the taste insipid, meaning it didn't taste bad. Now, that's a heck of a scientist, man. Ugh. You can imagine. That's brave. He's a real trooper. Here's what's fascinating. Dr. Gil Levengood documented exactly the same thing in the 1990s, because you have a technology that is zapping the water out of the soil, which makes the soil get super dehydrated, which is why it gets so dry and crumbly, right? All the moisture's gone. Because the technology is pulling the water out of the soil to make sure that the crops don't do what? Catch on fire. That's why some of the other research that's been done has shown that there are natural underground water aquifers where the crop circles are being formed. And when a crop circle comes down, all the water under the ground goes away. Why? Because the water is being pulled out with an advanced technology to stop the crop from burning up. That's what's going on. Now, in the late 1940s, William Cyril Williams actually saw a whirlwind touch the ground and form a circle. In only a couple seconds, the wheat fell down and produced a sharp-edged circle 3 to 4 meters in diameter. That's in the late 1940s. So here we have a guy who's seeing what he thinks of as a whirlwind, meaning that he's seeing objects spinning around, and this perfect circle shows up in the ground. That's the 1940s. 1972, in Warminster, suddenly I heard a noise. It seemed that something pushed down the wheat. Check out the next sentence and really pay attention to that. What does it say? That night the air was completely still. No wind. This is not a wind phenomenon. And here's an eyewitness. We send people to prison for life. We have executed people on eyewitness testimony. And here you have an eyewitness standing in a field and watching a crop circle being formed right in front of his eyes, unfolding like a lady's fan, forced down in a clockwise direction with a high-pitched hum, and there was no wind. He just literally watched the crops just go whoosh, and boom, there's a crop circle, just right in front of him. You can imagine how amazing that must have been to see. Just amazing. So in the early days of the 1970s, you had single circles. The next stage was that you got 4 points around the circles. That became very common for a while. Then you started to see a lot of this kind of stuff. And for a while, people didn't know what that was. But then we looked back into ancient iconography, and we found that it was a symbol of the pregnant mother goddess. What do you think they're telling us by giving it to us in the earth, in crops from the earth? Could it be that the earth itself is pregnant, that the mother earth is giving birth to a new age, that's what this 2012 thing is about again? The same people that built the pyramids and gave us the year 2012 in the pyramid and gave it to us in the Mayan calendar. If you believe that the Mayan calendar was built not by the Mayans, but by the people who were helping the Mayans? Could it be that they would now be coming back for the last 1,200 years, since 815 AD, making crop circles, and then telling us, look at 2012. But did they tell us, look at 2012? And the answer is yes. We're going to get to that in a second. Now check this out. In case you didn't think that it was the goddess, they came back a couple years ago and said, nope, it's the goddess. There she is. Here you see 3 pregnant goddesses. 1, 2, 3. And actually, that could be one over there, too. This came through in 1990. It was on the cover of the Led Zeppelin box set, which I got for Christmas in 1990. I had no idea that that was real. I thought it was just something they'd made out of a carpet or something. I had no idea it was actually crops. 1991, you've seen me talk a great deal about this in my other articles, the Barbary Castle Formation, which appears to be saying first dimension, second dimension, third dimension, fourth dimension, that this is a dimensional shift. Because first you have just the point in the void, then you have the rotation in 2 dimensions, where it starts to fan out, and then it becomes 3-dimensional. If you connect these lines together, you have what looks like a pyramid. And then you go into the tetrahedron inside the sphere, and that's the 4th dimension right there. Next you have the Mandelbrot set. A group of scientists were sitting around studying crop circles and said, wouldn't it be amazing if we saw a Mandelbrot set show up in the crops? And the next day, that's what happened. They're listening. 1996, around Stonehenge, right in front of Stonehenge, truck driver is going by, and he drives past this area of the countryside that's flipped up like this, and he doesn't see anything. And 15 minutes later, the farmer found this formation in his crops. Now, each of the distance between these tram lines is about 90 feet, so this is an enormous, enormous size object that was formed in 15 minutes in the crops, on the ground. Surveyors were called in, and it was asked of them how long would it take to build this with any type of normal process, and they said 3 days minimum, 15 minutes. And then again, you go back to 815 AD, and what did the pagans in France say was causing crop circles to form? Cloud ships from Magonia. Do you think maybe they saw the cloud ships? No, why would they actually name them cloud ships if they hadn't seen them? Of course they saw cloud ships. So that's what I'm trying to tell you here. It's like, look, these guys have been coming here for 1,200 years in ships, and they're building crop circles for us. So what's the message? What's the point? Well, check this one out. I mean, look at how big that sucker is. The 90 feet between each of these lines. That's enormous. And it's just beautiful. That's my favorite one of all because there's so much geometry inside, like the cat's cradle, as you can see here. It's amazing. Now this was obvious illustration of the Koch snowflake, which is one of the fractals. And then scientists started saying, the skeptics started saying, oh, no, that's not a Koch snowflake. It can't be. So circle maker said, okay, fine, you don't believe us. You don't believe it's a Koch snowflake? We'll build you another one. We'll put a snowflake in it for you. Yeah, that'll show you. Now we know what we're talking about here. So, now that is obviously an army of hedgehogs running round and round caused that to form. This last formation is my favorite one of all because to suggest that anybody could have hoaxed that mandala with anything they could do on the ground, it's crazy to think that that could have been done by people with any type of land equipment. I mean, these are crops. We're talking about stalks of wheat. And how in the world do you get it that precise? There isn't one mistake. If you look at it and you really study the flow pattern, there's no mistakes in that sucker. It is perfect. How the heck could that have been done? How the heck could it have been done in 815 AD? Because it's ETs, because it's not from us, obviously. Now, are these circles just showing us pretty colors and pretty patterns, or are they actually giving us a message? The answer is yes. The message is genetic change, evolution. Look at this. 1991, you see chromosomes, but more importantly, you see chromosomes breaking. That's what happens right before the cell divides. The cell division is what creates new life. Here, in 1996, you see a very clear DNA spiral in the crop formation. Then in 1999, you see the same type of curve in this formation, and it's a single sine wave, and then you come back less than a month later, and now it's fanned out into these groups of three. What you see here is the DNA spiral at the top, clearly shown with the 12 circles and the 2 lines going through it. Then you have a triangular shape in which you get sine waves. But then in the third shape, which is only a month later, you're seeing 3 strands. Not just the sine wave, but now there's 3 limbs to each of these geometries, suggesting that there's something changing in the DNA itself related to this geometric vibration, this harmonic geometry. This is another very obvious description of a DNA molecule because what you're seeing is the twisting double helix. And again, remember, these have been showing up since the 815 AD, 800s in the AD era. So this is not new, and it's clearly telling us, look at our DNA. Now, this actually may be perhaps the most significant crop circle ever, believe it or not, because you're getting all these complex metaphors in one shape. In the center, you have what appears to be the Milky Way galaxy. This would be the center of the Milky Way. This is the arms of the Milky Way. But then, doesn't this 2 sine wave pattern look familiar? Didn't you just see that right here? Okay? But look at this. Now you got DNA coming out of what? The center of the galaxy. And even more importantly, this part in the middle is being highlighted, and that's a yod, which is a Hebrew symbol that indicates spiritual energy, he knows, coming into manifestation. We have a man named Omer who's here from Tel Aviv in Israel. Let's give it a hand for Omer. And he starts nodding his head because he says, oh yeah, that's the yod. It's a classic Hebrew symbol, and they put it right in there. So it shows spiritual energy manifesting. Now here comes the definitive 2012 formation that actually flags the era right around that time. What you're seeing here is quite literally a planetary alignment of exactly how the planets look in 2012. The exact day being December 21st, 2012. Now, pay special attention to the diameter of what is indicated to be the sun here. That's very important. Now, initially you look at the inner planets, and what you see is that Venus, Mercury, Earth, they're all aligned with, for some reason they messed up and looked at December 23rd, but the planets don't move fast enough for this to make too much difference. It is the 21st, okay? Saturn, Jupiter, Mars, and then when you go out, you see Uranus, Neptune, Pluto. Pluto's the only one that's off by a little bit, and my contention is that that's because, first of all, Pluto is not actually a planet, and second of all, if they'd put it any closer to this line, it would have broken the line and it wouldn't have looked right. So we're told, basically, you don't need to worry about this because Pluto moves so slowly, there's no other time that could be indicated by this alignment except December 21st, 2012. Now, the farmer gets all pissed off and decides that he's going to drive lines through the crop circle to try to ruin the circle. And the circle maker says, oh, you don't like it? Cool, well, I'll come back and I'll draw twice as much. But check out what else he did. Not only did he draw all these little glyphs over here that look like descriptions of various ETs and ET races, but look at the width of the sun now. The sun is now going all the way out to Venus. And so this is very much indicating some sort of massive change that's going to happen in 2012 on December 21st that's going to do what? Something to the whole way that the sun works, the solar system. It's a solar system change. The December 21st, 2012 planetary alignment was messed up by the farmer, the circle makers came back, and when they came back, they tagged it like graffiti. Yeah, baby, that's my fit right there. All right? Where'd that? That must be Curtis. I don't know how he got in here. And then, not only did Curtis tag it for us, but then we got the sun that suddenly widened. And as many people have noticed, there's an S shape. Do you see the S in there? So we have some very interesting stuff going on here. And it says that the solar system is going to transform. Well, that's pretty cool. How did we get all that in one crop circle? That's amazing. Well, here's the proof. Interplanetary climate change, which is NASA's hottest secret. Now, we can look through and find the smoking gun of all 2012 scholarship because we can look at all the planets and the sun and see changes just like we see on Earth. And I'm going to show you a little bit of that. This is a composite graph of solar activity based on core samples from the Antarctic and the Arctic. And what you're seeing is the total amount of sunspot activity. This is what it's been doing in the last few years. We are now at a point where the only time that the solar activity was higher than it was right now just so conveniently happens to be 11,000 years ago, which in ancient teaching is associated with what? What happened 11,000 years ago? Atlantis fell, right? Could that be related to the solar activity? Hell yeah. So we're now at the strongest point in 8,000 years since that happened. Mercury has grown a magnetic field when Messenger went by in 2008 that was not seen in the 70s with Mariner 10. That's a big change in Mercury. Venus has had a 2,500% increase in this green glow on the night side that you can see there. That's active oxygen. So the atmosphere of Venus is changing back into something that's breathable. Mars is growing clouds and ozone, as you can see right here. There were no clouds on Mars before. That's brand new. The polar ice caps are melting on Mars, and they're actually calling it global warming in the mainstream media. But there's no SUVs on Mars, not that I've ever seen. Jupiter is having these white ovals that were disappearing between 97 and 2000, 3 of them, and then they all meld into one. And this scientist, Dr. Philip Marcus, believed it would cause Jupiter to warm by 18 degrees in only 10 years. Now, if that happened on Earth, what would happen to all life on Earth as we know it? Toast. It's toast. So there's a massive global warming going on with Jupiter. That was the prediction based on what would happen in 2000. That's about the time he did this prediction. He said 10 years. Look at what happens 8 years later. Jupiter is having raging thunderstorms and global upheaval. Towering storms more than 100 kilometers tall. The rare storms, a sign of recent turmoil on the planet. And here's the picture. These bright hotspots were never seen before. This is extra heat that shouldn't be there, and the colors of the rings are changing. Then you go out to Saturn, you're seeing this plasma torus that's grown. All this red area wasn't there before. That's all this charged energy coming from the sun. Jupiter also has one around it, which I just didn't have time to show you in this presentation because we had to shorten it. You're seeing massive X-rays coming out from near the equator of Saturn. That's also a new phenomenon. Again, you're seeing a hot spot, just like the one I just showed you on Jupiter, the raging storms, the global upheaval in 2008. Same thing happened in 2004. Where the heck did all this energy come from? The planet just goes, energy comes out. It's amazing. Uranus, as of 1986, looked like green pea soup with hardly any peas. Just the green part. Nothing to see. It's just very flat. Now, this is false color, so that's why this is brighter than this. We're not so much concerned about the color, we're concerned about these little guys. Because that's what we didn't see before. These are huge storms. Now remember also, Voyager 2 swept by Uranus. So it saw the whole planet. It didn't just see the side that we see. So even with a satellite going past, we're now seeing all these storms that were not there before. And you're starting to see that happen. It was called featureless as a cue ball, but now Eric Karkoschka is saying, really big changes. Now this is more typical of NASA, when NASA says, ground-based observations show seasonal brightness changes, not well understood. Oh, moving on. They try to downplay this stuff. But this is interplanetary climate change. This is something that's happening to every planet. And all they do is they tell you that it's based on the tilt angle of the axis to the sun. The sun is heating it up because the pole is tilting or because the equator is tilting. And whatever the planet is doing, they just alter it for that planet and say, oh, well, it's got to be caused by the tilt angle of the planet relative to the center of the sun. Not so. Neptune, 1989, relatively few bright clouds. But between 96 and 2002, there's a 40% increase in brightness in the near-infrared range. This is very significant because, obviously, this could not be caused by anything we normally understand. And it's the same thing that's happening throughout the rest of the solar system. It's all doing the same stuff. What you're going to see now is a description, a visual description of how it's been changing. So check this out. You watch down here, you can start to see how it grows over just 6 years. So that's phenomenal. I mean, that's like turning on a lampshade and having light suddenly burst out of the planet that wasn't there before. The near-infrared range is not visible to the eye, but it's just above the visible level. So it's within the spectrum of what can be seen if you had the right eye to see it. So you can do that with a camera, you just can't do it with the naked eye. Now, Pluto is experiencing global warming even though it's moving away from the sun. There's been a 300% increase in its overall atmospheric pressure. This whole system tells us that Earth changes are not unique to the Earth. They're happening everywhere in the solar system. But even on Earth, we're seeing things that are not attributable to the ordinary climate change that we would think of as being caused by SUVs. Volcanic activity since 1875 has gone up by over 500%. Sea level is increasing. Temperature is increasing. Tornado activity is increasing. Natural disasters are increasing. The inflation-adjusted economic losses are increasing. Here you see the red indicates how much heat there is at the bottom of the Pacific Ocean, on the floor of the ocean. And then what you're seeing is 85 and 96, or 99 rather. So in 14 years, you see a substantial warming on the bottom of the ocean. Now guess how the scientists explain this? Well, of course, the sun is warming the top of the ocean. And then those warm particles just start sinking down, which is what they're going to do, right? And they sink to the bottom, and they warm up the bottom of the... Oh, that's got to be it. They warm up the bottom of the ocean, they sink down. So the next time you ever want to boil up some hot dogs, just get a hairdryer and... It works great. Why wouldn't you do it that way? You'd probably take 3 hours to boil. It's ridiculous. Heat rises. That's the first, one of the most basic laws of thermodynamics that we all know. But not here. Something's happening inside the Earth. Well, just as we were talking about climate change in the solar system, we now have a change in this presentation. My microphone started malfunctioning at that point in the talk, and so what we've done is to move this shoot here to Joshua Tree, California. And why I'm here is for historical reasons as well. You've just seen how every planet in the solar system is changing in ways that we can distinctly measure. We're seeing brightness changes. We're seeing greater magnetic field strength. We're seeing cataclysmic activity. We're seeing lots of protons and charged particles in the atmospheres. Well, believe it or not, in the early 1950s, UFO contact started occurring here in Joshua Tree with the guys we call the three Georges, George Adamski, George Van Tassel, and George Hunt Williamson. And so what they ended up discovering was an ability to maintain open contact with extraterrestrial intelligence. And that open contact led to prophecies which talked about the idea that the solar system would be changing in measurable ways, just as we're now seeing. But more importantly, these prophecies from the early 1950s clearly established that with these changes in the solar system, there would also be changes in human DNA that would literally correspond to an evolution of the human species as we now know it. This is the working nature of the prophecies of ascension, soul transmutation, and so forth that have been going on for so many thousands of years. We now actually have hard evidence from written prophecies that were published in books in the 1950s that you can go find on your own, showing us, in fact, that these climate changes that I've just described are nothing new. They were known about long ago, and it's all part of this spontaneous evolution that humanity is being led through at this time. So if these prophecies from the 1950s actually have a factual basis, then the interplanetary climate change is not simply going to be something that's making planets brighter, hotter, and more magnetic. It's going to be something that actually changes life as well. Now think about what temperature increase really means. If planets are getting hotter, that means the molecules are vibrating faster. That means there's some sort of increase in frequency going on. So if those changes are being caused by an energetic field, and that energetic field is related to consciousness, then would this mean that the planet is experiencing a rise in its consciousness? That is exactly what I'm suggesting. But in order to make that transition into a new model of biology, we have to first re-examine all of the assumptions that we've made about biological life being something that is randomly evolved only on this planet in the typical model put forth by Charles Darwin, hence called the Darwinian model of evolution. I don't like the Darwinian model of evolution because, frankly, it doesn't even work. If you start looking at examples of bacteria that we see right here around us right now, we know that there's bacteria that's been found in ice from the Antarctic. There's bacteria that have been found inside volcanoes, inside nuclear reactors, and even far out in the cold depths of space. Some bacteria from the Antarctic have been revived after being frozen for 10 million years. And as you go even further, you can see that other bacteria down at the bottom of the Black Sea are able to photosynthesize, meaning that they create their own food energy from the sun, even though it's almost pitch black down there. That's a very unusual condition that suggests that they were made to be in that area. How are they able to do that? Others can thrive on nuclear radiation or even infrared light, which is basically just heat. So when you start seeing these bacteria that are inside volcanoes, in sediments miles below the ocean floor, you have to ask yourself the basic question: did they all originate from other living bacteria? Or is the field itself trying to create life wherever and however it can? Are bacteria simply the product of an intelligent energy that is all throughout the cosmos and has decided to make life the way that it is? Could it be that our galaxy has a personality, and the personality of the galaxy has created a template in which all life emerges from an energetic background? If you look at the work of Dr. Chandra Wickrama Singh, he found that the organic material that comes off of comets is biological in nature. In other words, comet dust has bacteria in it. Well, many people don't even know that this has been discovered, and yet it's a common aspect of this type of physics. Since there's billions of comets in the solar system alone, this suggests that life on Earth may have come here from comet dust, or comets that crashed into the Earth. Dr. Wickramasinghe calls this the panspermia theory. But it's not a theory that I particularly agree with because, again, you're basically saying that life on Earth did not come from here, it came from space. Therefore, somehow it would have still had to have evolved in space. You haven't ruled out Darwinian evolution. You still have the potential that life could have been a random mutation. Again, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that life itself evolved from a field, and the field knows what it wants. So when you're dealing with the chicken or the egg paradox, the answer is it's the chicken and it's the egg, because the chicken and the egg exist together as a template in the field, both of which are ready to spontaneously emerge when the time is right. So believe it or not, I first read a book about Dr. Francis Crick's discoveries that DNA was too complex to have evolved randomly when I was in 5th grade. A friend of mine showed me that book that he'd found in the children's section of the library. Now, I find it fascinating that mainstream science and the mainstream media has known about this ever since the early 1980s, which is when I found out about it. And yet, in all that time, we never hear it discussed that the actual founder of DNA himself, one of the two fathers of all the science that led to us discovering that DNA even exists, is on the public record saying that it's way too complex to have evolved by random chance. It's as if the entire Encyclopedia Britannica fell out of the sky one word at a time, and all those words happened to fall in such a way that they arranged together to make every sentence and every paragraph and every page of the entire encyclopedia. So then you have people that say, well, if you're intelligent design supporter, then that means that you only believe in the Bible, that God created the world 7,000 years ago, and that man and dinosaurs, if there were even dinosaurs, would have had to exist on the Earth at the same time. Or you're on the side of science and you believe only in Darwinian evolution. Again, the man who discovered DNA is telling us that's not the way it works. He's telling us DNA is so complex that it has to be part of some sort of intelligent design. And the most fascinating discovery he made concerns the actual dust in our galaxy. If you were to simply release bacteria into space, they're going to give off a light signature. It's called a spectrographic signature. Well, he looked at the light signature of the dust that's already there in the galaxy from where we are on Earth to the center. And he found that the dust in the galaxy has the same spectrographic signature as living bacteria. In fact, 99.9% of all the dust in the galaxy has the same signature of light as living bacteria in space. That could mean that everywhere we look throughout the galaxy, we're seeing dust that is actually little critters that are alive. And the reason why is because that's what the galaxy is doing. So if you think about it, this is Howard Hughes' worst nightmare, that space could be filled with germs, as you see in this headline. Howard Hughes, of course, helped finance the Integratron, which is a device that was allegedly built with cooperation from extraterrestrials through George Van Tassel. We're going to get to that in a minute. That's part of why we're here filming in Joshua Tree to end this video. As you see in this headline from the mainstream media, in this case UK Daily Mail Online, it says the space dust that created human life has been found in another solar system. So this is another example of how the mainstream media is starting to trickle out this scientific evidence that suggests that bacteria could be just cranking out from the field itself everywhere. In other words, the field takes any given molecules in a certain area and spirals them together to make DNA. DNA is the product of the field. The field literally wants to make DNA because DNA is the wave that is inside energy throughout the entire creation as we know it. One of the ways you can look to see that this might be true is to simply study what happens when you fly things up into outer space and see if there are energetic changes. Well, of course, flying human beings up in outer space, before we get into things like plant seeds, you can look back to testimonies from various astronauts, and they report something called space euphoria, which is that when they go out into space, they have this phenomenal sense of uplifting communion with the universe, a sense of oneness, a sense of stillness, a sense that they are fundamentally unified with everything that there is. And now more recently, the Chinese have done studies where they have flown seeds of various plants up into space and then grown those seeds by a typical hydroponic process when they bring them back down to the Earth. Now granted, this has been done before with experiments from NASA, and they haven't seen anything that unusual. That was one of the complaints that someone gave me when they came up to me at one of my conferences. I would like to point out, though, that the NASA probes are typically made of aluminum, and we know that these torsion fields, as the Russians call them, the energy of consciousness itself, can to a large degree be shielded by aluminum and PVC plastic. So if you have PVC plastic over the windows and an aluminum capsule, then it could be that all these wonderful energetic benefits that happen when you go into outer space did not exist. Anyway, the Chinese must have found a way to build a probe that was not strictly aluminum and PVC plastic, because when they sent seeds up into space, there were some pretty phenomenal changes that resulted. Take a look at this next picture. What you see here is a pumpkin that was grown from a seed that was flown up into space. As you can see, it's absolutely enormous in size. This is not typical. In the next slide here, you see a bitter gao melon, as it's called. This, of course, again, is much, much larger than you would ever normally expect such a melon to be. What you're seeing here is hot peppers, which normally would only be about this long, 2.5 inches long at the most. And yet, when you see the ones that were grown in space, they are enormous in size. Of course, you may also be aware of Findhorn Gardens, which is a particular area in Europe in which the people that cultivate these gardens believe that they are working with the spiritual aspects of nature. And in so doing, they create plants and vegetation that are just as enormous as what you saw in these photographs. Again, the key is harnessing the consciousness field. So when we see that by simply flying seeds into space, that they grow much more substantially, that suggests that the energy that makes things alive is in even greater abundance when we go out into space. That might be why 99.9% of all the dust in the galaxy is fundamentally creating bacteria wherever and however it can. This brings us back to the idea that the source of all life can indeed be found in an energy wave. If you can imagine now a stream going down the side of the mountain, and you see rocks in the stream, ask yourself, how did the rocks get into the stream bed? Did the water naturally appear where rocks already were? Or could it be that when there are large rainstorms and sheets of water falling down the mountain, that they're unearthing rocks that would naturally be there on the mountainside, and the rocks roll in the water current and end up rolling into the bottom of the stream? So that when they get to the stream, it's because there is a pressure that pushed them there. Now think about how this relates to DNA for a minute. Think about the idea that there are molecules sitting around, and that there could be these torsion fields, as the Russians call them, that naturally grab up molecules and will intelligently assemble them into the pattern that the wave already has. We know that the basic spiral of DNA has as its fundamental signature all the basic aspects of the Fibonacci ratio, or what's called the golden mean, which is the ratio of the number 1 to the number 1.618. That growth spiral shows up throughout nature. You can see it in the shape of a nautilus shell. You can see it in the arrangement of a sunflower. You can see it in many of the different patterns and proportions within the human body. This suggests again that the Fibonacci ratio is the fundamental character of the wave, and that DNA is emerging from this wave that exists throughout all of space. Well, this becomes a much more advanced proposition when you look at the work that has been compiled by Dr. James Strick, who wrote a book with the Harvard University Press called Sparks of Life. In the book Sparks of Life, Dr. Strick exposes a major scientific conspiracy that was going on throughout the 19th century, where some scientists were arguing in favor of the Darwinian model, where life evolves through spontaneous random mutation. It just seems to show up on a given planet. You don't know how it got there, it just randomly appears. But remember now, in the 19th century, this conspiracy had not yet been resolved. This was a conspiracy in the sense that the Darwinians ended up smashing down evidence that went against their own model. There were others who were arguing for spontaneous generation, which is the idea that life will spontaneously arise from non-living material. And there were numerous experimental examples of spontaneous generation that were found. These are examples in which you have a hermetically sealed container, and all you have in it is non-living material. There's no way that life could have gotten inside, and yet life spontaneously appears inside this hermetically sealed chamber anyway, with nothing more than water and the most basic ingredients allowing it to come into being. So Louis Pasteur himself had cases where life originated from non-living material. Now, if you see on the side of a milk carton where it says pasteurized, that Pasteur in pasteurized is Louis Pasteur. He's the guy who was one of the main architects of this conspiracy because he suppressed his own data and the data of other credible scientists to force fit the Darwinian model into what the data was that we were seeing. So you cannot so easily dismiss this idea of spontaneous generation. There are distinct and real laboratory experiments that show you that this is in fact what was happening. What we've instead had happen is that history has been completely rewritten in favor of the Darwinian model of evolution. And in my opinion, that shouldn't have happened. Well, the best way to see evidence for yourself that this natural, spontaneous emergence of life can exist is in a paper with a very large, tongue-twisting name, Ultrastructural and Light Microscopy Analysis of Sapobians Formation and Growth in Vitro. This was performed by Professor Ignacio Ochoa Pacheco. What is he saying here? Sapa means sand packet, and bions mean light forms, literally life forms that appear initially as light, that emerge spontaneously in a given medium. If you look here, you can see the link on orgone.org where you can look up this study for yourself. In this next slide, what you see is dust and sand that has been sampled from the ocean and put inside a test tube, and then a little bit of surface scum grows on top of the test tube, which is then skimmed off and looked at under a microscope. You don't see anything remarkable in terms of structure in this photograph, because you're literally just seeing little globules that have appeared. The key in Pacheco's experiment was that you had to heat the sand to white-hot luminescence first. Once the sand was heated to a white-hot luminescence, and then you put it into a sterilized test tube with nothing but sterilized distilled water, and you kept a stopper on it, and it was all done inside a vacuum, so there was no possibility of life growing inside. Then what you do is you look at the skin, or what Pacheco calls the surfactant, that grew on top of the water. You skim that off, and you look at it under a microscope, because what you're looking for is to see if in fact little critters grew in a non-living environment. We'll take a look at this next image. What you're seeing here looks almost like a brain. You can clearly see there are two lobes, that they are basically bilaterally symmetrical, meaning that they look the same on both sides, and it clearly appears to be some form of living microorganism. This blows me away even more because what you're seeing clearly looks like a leaf coming from a sea vegetable form of life. You can even zoom in closer to that leaf as we do in this next picture, and now what you're seeing is complex cellular organization within the leaf itself. You can clearly see that this is a biological life form. In this next image, you see what looks like a red blood cell, very obviously biological. And what you see in this next image is something similar to a white blood cell, where it actually has what appears to be a mouth on the front. Clearly a living creature. Now finally, this takes the cake for me. What you're seeing here looks like a little spiny porcupine that floats around in the sea. Those little spines on his body form a defense system so that if somebody else tries to eat him, they can't. And if you look, you can see that he has a little mouth at the front, and that obviously seems to be where his head is. So this is a complex, multicellular organism that has emerged from nothing more than sterilized beach sand and distilled water, allowed to sit there for 5 days, have a little scum grow on top of the water, and analyze it under a microscope. Where did this little guy's DNA come from? How did he emerge in that test tube? Look, all I'm saying is something very simple and straightforward. The DNA that grew inside the nuclear reactor, the DNA that grew inside the volcano, the DNA that grew miles below the ocean floor, the DNA that survived for 10,000 years in a deep freeze inside the Antarctic ice, the DNA that grows in space, the 99.9% of all dust in the galaxy that has the spectrographic signature of bacteria, it all appeared from the field, which then takes the existing material around itself, in this case, the raw materials that you can find in beach sand, and the basic hydrogen and oxygen structure in water, and then intelligently spirals life into being. For me, this is a revolutionary discovery that is further in support of what Dr. Francis Crick was saying, that DNA could not have evolved by random chance. Well, if that hasn't blown you away, check this out. National Geographic published a study on February 15th, 2009, and it absolutely amazed me, because what they showed was the actual proof that identical creatures are appearing at the north and the south poles of our Earth and nowhere else. To be specific, this was called the International Census of Marine Life, and what they found in this census was that there were 235 identical species of creature that were found at the North and the South Pole, but nowhere else on Earth. Finding so many species inhabiting both poles startled the scientists, as National Geographic said. Among other species that were found on both poles included whales, worms, and crustaceans. Exactly where these species came from and how they ended up a world apart with comparatively warm oceans in between remains a mystery, the scientists said. And that's a direct quote from the article. So what they don't understand is that the field is creating these life forms. Some scientists actually tried to say that ships may have been taking in ballast, meaning water, to weigh them down at the North Pole, sailing to the South Pole, and then releasing the ballast, and that this is how the creatures went from pole to pole. Well, that was actually examined, and they found that there are no ships that are traveling that way that could account for this. What you're simply seeing is that the Earth has this energetic engine that's cranking out life forms at the poles by the same process, and those life forms only appear there and nowhere else. Well, if you look at this first picture, what you're seeing is called Limacina helicina. This is a creature that only appears at the pole, has a very unique and interesting structure. The bottom of it looks almost like it's a snail shell, but then the top of it appears to be some strange form of jellyfish. This next creature that you see here, again, only appears at the poles, has a very interesting, almost angelic look to it. The next creature here, again, looks like a crustacean, sort of like a shrimp, but you only see this creature appearing at the poles. And lastly, this guy very much looks like a shrimp, except you see he has these two huge arrows at the front of his face, obviously for some sort of defense, to stab other creatures and have his own food supply. What we're seeing here is a really phenomenal effect, because you can look at the work of Pacheco and see little marine organisms growing inside that beach sand that was heated to 1,000 degrees Celsius. But now we look at the Earth itself, and when we look at the poles, we're finding creatures that emerge there but nowhere else. To me, this is a phenomenal proof that what we're dealing with is, in fact, a source field, a life-generating energy field that will naturally take biological material in a given area and arrange it in such a way as to create life forms based on a design template. A design template, by the way, that is intelligently made. Is this solar system change that we're dealing with in some way related to species evolution? Does this solar system change promote species evolution in some way? Could DNA originate and evolve by an outside energy source? We're already seeing the proof lining up for that to be possible. When we look at the study of Dr. John Kearns, we see further evidence that this evolution of species could be energetically promoted. When you take bacteria who are lactose intolerant and you drop them into a lactose-only environment, as Dr. John Kearns did, they do not die off from starvation as you might expect. Instead, they spontaneously evolve new mouth parts that allow them to digest the lactose. This means that a change in the environment actually stimulates evolution. Well, it's obvious that global warming is a change in our environment right now. It's too hot, it's too cold, there's too much water, there's not enough water, and these things keep happening over and over again. So is that change in our environment stimulating us to grow in some way? Well, we just saw now with bacteria that you can drop lactose-intolerant bacteria into lactose, and they spontaneously evolve into something else. We can also see the same effect as you saw with the lactose-intolerant bacteria digesting lactose by spontaneous evolution by looking at the Italian wall lizard. Over a 36-year period, the descendants of these original lizards spontaneously evolved in a very fascinating way. In 1971, 5 adult pairs of Podarcus sicula, or the Italian wall lizard, were moved from their home island in the South Adriatic Sea. Their home island, known as Pod Capisti, was a desert, and they survived by eating small insects. The new island they were moved to, called Pod Mercaru, was a lush vegetative tropical paradise, and the lizards adapted and became vegetarians eating plants. The scientists then returned 36 years later, after 1971 when it first happened, in the summer of 2004, 2005, and 2006. During this time, what they did is to capture the lizards and measure them for various bodily dimensions. This includes the size of the vent on their nose, or the snout vent length as it's called. This includes the dimensions, the size of the head, and of course the mass of their bodies. They took tail clips off of these lizards. They didn't kill them, but they just took clips off of the edge of the tail and tested their DNA just to make sure that these lizards were in fact the descendants of the original 5 adult pairs that were brought there in 1971. And the DNA tests confirmed that they were the same lizards from the source population. Yet the scientists discovered that in only 36 years there were what they called quote-unquote striking differences in the size of the head, the shape of the head. The bite strength had gotten much stronger because it's a lot more difficult to bite through the fibrous material of plants than it is to bite through an insect's body. And they found, most significantly, new structures that had developed inside the digestive tract of these creatures after only 36 years. In fact, these cecal valves, as you see in this image, were never before reported for this species. This is a small pocket inside the digestive system that creates fermentation, which allows these plant matter to be digested properly. So you can see in this next image different types of lizards that are from the same species. And what you can see is noticeable changes in the size of the head. I show you this image just so that you can get a grasp on how big the head could become from a creature that already had a smaller head in the past. Again, this is a spontaneous evolution. It occurs over only 36 years of time, and we're seeing adaptive changes that allowed these insects to be able to eat plants. They also stopped the instinctive behavior of defending their territory. This is very interesting because it suggests that the vegetarian diet helps to reduce aggression. The behavior of the lizards actually changed when they no longer had to kill living things for their food. They stopped being so aggressive. So this is a really phenomenal study for me. You see this little guy and you wonder how in the world simply changing his environment could have made his biological nature change so much. Another example of the same type of effect was found with the humble lizard known as Anolis sagre, or what most of us would call the anole. You can actually buy these little guys as pets in the pet store. Well, what was found in this particular study, which you can see here in this mainstream media link, is that when a predator lizard was introduced to their environment, they first grew longer legs to be able to try to run away from the predator on land. The problem was that no matter how fast they ran, the predator lizard ran faster and still caught them. So then they had to jump up into the trees and run up into the trees where the lizards that were the predators could not go. This was much better equipped for lizards who had shorter limbs, because shorter limbs allow them to climb better, whereas longer limbs allow them to run faster. Sure enough, when they went up into the trees, their limbs spontaneously became shorter in just a very short length of time. The scientists do not understand how this could happen, but it's as if the environment itself stimulated them to change, just like you saw before with the Italian wall lizard. Now in this case, this ugly-looking fish is being called evolution on steroids. It's a monster fish that appeared in a river in the Congo that we've never seen before. And again, scientists are perplexed as to how this fish could have showed up so quickly in the fossil record, because it never existed before and it just emerges. Similar to the way that we're seeing how National Geographic showed 235 different types of life that only exist at the poles. It's showing us that the field is out there and the field is changing and life is changing as a result. In this next mainstream media link, you're seeing that swimming orangutans are now being discovered. The problem is they didn't used to be able to do this. For whatever reason, no orangutan had ever been observed swimming before, and yet now they're not only taking to the water and swimming, they're also learning how to fish with spears, banging fish over the head or stabbing them with the spear and being able to catch that tasty meal as a result. This is new behavior that again suggests that evolution is occurring. So as we ask ourselves a very fundamental question, could a species be energetically transformed, we're now zeroing in on the core question of how this interplanetary climate change that was predicted from these readings in the 1950s, which we'll see a bit later, could indeed lead to biological evolution of you and me on Earth, something that in fact might already be happening right now. We now look at the work of Dr. Tizian Kanchazin, a Chinese scientist whose work has been picked up and analyzed by Russian scientists. What he found was a DNA transformation that was through nothing more than a wave itself. As you see in this diagram, you have number 4 being a duck and number 6 being a chicken. Of course, they're not anatomically correct. It's a very simple diagram. But what you're looking at is that the duck, number 4, is inside a pentagonal room, a 5-sided room. All the number 2s that you see in this diagram represent funnels in which air can pass through and also energy can pass through. Then, after the funnels, you see those orange lines which actually represent copper pipes that go from the funnel to the other room where the pregnant chicken is being held. Now, the pregnant chicken is very important because there's eggs that are developing inside the chicken's womb. What you see with number 3 is a microwave generator. Now, this was not a lethal dose of microwaves. He didn't kill the duck, but he did excite the duck's DNA with microwave energy. Now, what happened was really phenomenal, because as the duck's DNA was being excited, those energy patterns went over into the room with the chicken. Now, let's look briefly at this image of a duck. You can see that the duck has a long beak, it has a long neck, it has large internal organs, and if you look down at the feet, you can clearly see that there's webbing between the toes. When we look at this picture of a chicken, you can see the chicken's beak is much shorter, you can see there's no webbing between the toes, and in fact the length of the neck is much shorter. Now, it was a synchronicity. It just so happened that I was looking for these pictures online, and when I found this picture of the chicken, it happened to be a chicken who was raising ducks. Now, of course, when the eggs hatched, they didn't look exactly like ducks, but what they did look like was really phenomenal. As you see in the next picture, there's webbing on the feet, and in fact they were called duck hens. The webbing grew on feet of eggs that were laid from a chicken. Chicken feet don't have webbing. Chicken feet are supposed to have naked toes. And as you look in this next image, you can clearly see that the head of the duck hen looks more like a duck than it does like a chicken. In fact, we have some very specific statistics we can look at here in which 500 eggs were zapped through the chicken. Of those 500 chicken eggs that were zapped, 480 of them actually hatched. 80% of the eggs that hatched had a flat duck-shaped head as they developed. 90% had a shift in the position of the eyes where the eye actually moved back on the skull to the position it normally would be on the head of a duck. And 25% of them actually had webbing that grew between the toes.
This is phenomenal, because what it shows is that the genetic material of the chicken was spontaneously rewritten inside the womb so that when those eggs laid, they became half-duck, half-chicken creatures. That completely bypasses traditional Darwinian models of evolution. So you see how it is totally possible to explain evolution that has occurred on the Earth as being existing more primitive species that are energetically rewritten into more complex forms of life later on. Well, we can also look to the work of Dr. Peter Garriev, who took this even a step further. And what he did is to take eggs that had been laid by a frog and then zap them with a laser light that had gone through eggs laid from a salamander. Now, a salamander is considered a more primitive form of life than a frog. One of the unique qualities of a salamander is that you can cut off one of his limbs and the limb will actually regrow. The salamander has the power of regeneration, whereas the frog does not. So in this sense, you could almost say that it dialed the DNA backwards in evolution a bit. Because what happened when you redirect laser light through a salamander's embryos into a frog egg is that the frog egg has a complete metamorphosis, and what comes out is a fully healthy salamander, not a frog. Now, this is a scientific revolution in the making, because it suggests that you can have a complete transformation from one species to another within one generation. Your parent could be one creature, you lay the egg develops into a completely different creature, and the only thing that you need to make that transition possible is the actual wave information that rewrites the DNA. It's almost as if DNA is like a jigsaw puzzle that has more than one solution. And this really changes how we see life and how we see evolution. It could very well be the engine of evolution. For if, again, you look back to the fossil record, as I said before, Dr. James Rope and Dr. David Sepkoski, two paleontologists from the University of Chicago, analyzed marine fossils, over 3,600 different genres of life that emerged in the various layers of fossils from the ocean. What they found over and over again was that there was a 26 million year cycle in the way that life was evolving in the Earth. This 26 million year cycle goes back, as you can see here, some 250 million years into the past, and it includes the fall of the dinosaurs. So how could something like this be possible? How could all creatures on Earth be spontaneously changing in even intervals of time? Well, the scientists really don't know what to make of this. And it got even stranger when there was yet another cycle that was discovered by doctors Robert Mueller and Robert Rode, which in this case is 62 million years long, as you can see in this diagram. And this cycle goes all the way back to the original single-celled organisms found in our fossil record 542 million years ago. In nice, even intervals of 62 million years, the creatures on Earth spontaneously evolve from one form to another. And that, to me, is proof positive that what we're dealing with is galactic energy waves. Galactic energy waves are the only plausible explanation for how you could have even cycles of time. What I'm suggesting is that there are evenly spaced waves of energy in the galaxy, and that those waves of energy are moving away from the center at a nice steady speed. So if they're always the same length and they're moving at a steady speed, that means that the cycles that they will create will be equal in time. And in fact, we can actually look out at the galaxy and see that galactic bioenergy fields may indeed be responsible for causing this 62 million year and 26 million year evolutionary cycle. Now look at this. In this diagram, you see the redshift variations in the supercluster of galaxies known as Virgo. What do I mean by redshift variations? Redshift is a microwave frequency that is given off by all objects in the cosmos. Most scientists interpret redshift as being indicative of how far away something is. But Dr. William Tift upended this whole scientific orthodoxy by finding that within a single galaxy, redshift starts changing in even intervals. And those intervals look like layers in an onion, meaning that the highest redshift is at the center of the galaxy, and then in evenly spaced orbits away from the center, the microwave frequencies of light that all the stars are giving off have changes in their frequency that are very measurable. Now, you can see it in this image from the Virgo cluster, and you can also see it in this next image, which is taken from other areas in the Virgo cluster. Dr. Tift's studies have looked at hundreds and hundreds of galaxies. Between him and other graduate students who have investigated this, they have yet to find a single galaxy that does not have these striations within it, where you see varying microwave frequencies. I then direct your attention to the work of Dr. Harold Aspdin, a scientist who on his website, energyscience.co.uk, has fundamentally rewritten the basic laws of electromagnetism by going back to Maxwell's original equations and then extrapolating off of them. He shows you every step. It's straightforward. Any scientist can follow it. What's so interesting is that as he looked at Maxwell's equations, he found that this quantum medium, if you will, the background energy that all matter is made of, would have certain thicknesses, or densities as it also is called. These densities, in turn, can be calculated with equations that Dr. Aspdin has discovered and published freely on his website. You can crank out the microwave frequencies that each density in the quantum medium will give off. That means that even though you can't directly see these energies in the quantum medium, they give off light signatures. They give off microwave signatures. Well, this is what's so fascinating, because when Dr. Aspdin went back and looked at Dr. William Tift's microwave frequencies of redshift that he found in galaxies, those frequencies in the little striations that you see in the galaxy, shaped like an onion, are identical to the variables that Dr. Aspdin's equations cranked out. That means that we have a theoretical foundation that was built first that says that the quantum medium has different levels of density, different planes of existence, if you will, where the basic qualities of matter and energy might even change. And he found that they really do exist in these waves in the galaxy. So we already know that the waves are there. They have been observed in every galaxy that has ever been looked at, well over 200 of them so far. They have been calculated theoretically. We have the equations. And now we're seeing that our solar system is undergoing climate change, and that climate change seems to be due to this expanding ripple of energy that's coming into the solar system. Well, that expanding ripple of energy could be coming from a wave that emanates from the galactic center. let's look at the work of Dr. Rosine Lallement, because in her work, which you can look up online at the link that you see on this screen, she discovered that the clouds within the local interstellar medium, which is the area of space around the solar system, appear to be flowing towards the solar system from the direction of the galactic center. That means that we actually have proof that these energy fields are emanating from the center of the galaxy, rippling through space, expanding away from the center, and then impinging upon the solar system. You can see that dramatized in this diagram that we have created by computer animation. So let's look at that for just a minute. You see the Milky Way galaxy, and as we zoom in on the Milky Way galaxy, you can watch these ripples expanding away from the center, expanding through the galaxy. And then when they hit our solar system, what do? They charge up the sun. The sun releases energetic particles. Those particles are captured in the atmospheres of the planets. The planets become brighter, they become hotter, they become more magnetic. And in fact, it's also now conclusively stimulating evolution on the planets themselves. When you look again at the 62 million year cycle discovered by Drs. Mueller and Rode, you're seeing the actual signatures of these galactic energy waves rippling through the solar system, colliding with our Earth, and reprogramming the DNA on the Earth. I just showed you in this video how the salamander's egg can be shined through with a laser and redirected into a frog's egg, and the frog's egg then completely metamorphosizes into a salamander. I showed you chicken eggs that were hatched after being zapped with energy from a duck, and they came out as half duck, half chicken. I showed you how lactose-intolerant bacteria would spontaneously evolve a mouth that could digest lactose. I showed you the Italian wall lizard that in the presence of a vegetarian diet completely rewrote his DNA to become vegetarian and to create cecal valves in his digestive tract that allowed him to be able to digest plants. And I showed you a lizard, the anole, that was able to make his legs first longer to run away from a predator and then shorter when he had to run up into the trees. So you're seeing now that life is a field. DNA does not evolve randomly. DNA is an intelligent template, and the template listens to what's going on in nature. The template pays attention to what's happening in its environment, and it makes changes accordingly. But more importantly, what you're now seeing suggests that the galaxy itself has the information that is causing human evolution to be dramatically speeding up. So do we have any evidence that in fact human evolution is dramatically speeding up? We've looked at the fossil record and we've seen examples of other species that can clearly be energetically reprogrammed. We've seen these 62 million year waves of energy coming through. We know that we're at the end of a 62 million year wave of energy right now. We've seen that the galaxy actually does have ripples of redshift, and that Aston's equations show us that those ripples correspond to planes of existence or densities of energy within the quantum medium. So this quantum medium can reprogram DNA. And we have evidence that it's actually happening to our own DNA. We can look and see that human evolution is speeding up. Look no farther than the work of Dr. John Hawkes, an anthropologist from the University of Madison, Wisconsin. He studied rapid evolution, or what's called positive selection, in human beings. And what he found was that in the last 5,000 years, human evolution is now moving 100 times faster. Specifically, as you look to the last 40,000 years, he said that during that time, we have been going through what he called supercharged evolutionary change. The most unusual discovery that John Hawkes came up with is that we are more genetically different from people 5,000 years ago, that means 3000 BC, than they are from the Neanderthals. In other words, if you take someone from 3000 BC, they are more similar to a Neanderthal than they are to us. That completely flies in the face of how most of us think that the human being as it is now is pretty much the same as it's always been, and that nothing much has changed. This mainstream media link from the Daily Galaxy is one of the ones that shows you where this was published, so you can go back and look at it for yourself. And this link comes to you from the BBC News. So clearly this is not being hidden, it's right out there in the open. All I'm doing is taking these various elements and putting them together so you can see how, in fact, what's happening to the solar system right now is an energetic upgrade caused by these waves of energy from the galaxy rippling through and impacting on our solar system, reprogramming and rewriting DNA as we think of it right now. You can also see what's called the Flynn effect, in which everyone's IQ is increasing by an average of 3 points per decade. This is not unique to any one country. It's been occurring over 20 different countries, and those are only the ones that Dr. Flynn was studying. The change has been going on for more than a century, over 100 years. That means that the IQ test is measuring the average as being a score of 100. A 100 IQ is what the average person is supposed to have. In order to keep the IQ of 100 as an average score, they have to keep reducing everyone's IQ by 3 points. So 10 years from now, your IQ is going to get knocked down another 3 points, another 3 points, and that's because everyone else is getting smarter. So you may also be smarter in the future, but you would test smarter as well. That's the key. The IQ has to be adjusted because human beings keep getting intelligent. This has happened for over a century. 3 IQ points per decade is a phenomenal effect. And what was most interesting was that Flynn discovered that the increase is most striking for tests that measure the ability to recognize abstract, nonverbal patterns. Nonverbal patterns. What does that mean? That means symbolism, creativity, intuition, not literacy. So this is not an effect of people reading more newspapers, going on the internet, reading more books and magazines. This is the result of the spontaneous information that comes in from the field that changes the way that we think, the way that we feel, and changes our minds so that we become more intelligent. This amounts to a cultural renaissance, as Dr. Flynn said, and thus it is something that will fundamentally alter humanity as we now know it. We are in the evolutionary fast lane. In this next study, you can see that 45 out of 52 countries in the world are showing a significant increase in everybody's average happiness. That suggests again that the same energy that creates blissful emotions and blissful consciousness when you go around the standing stones and those ancient sites can be in fact upgrading and activating our own consciousness and our own thought process here and now. We also are seeing within the United States that the gap between the people who are the most happy and the most unhappy is narrowing. That means that everything is normalizing and everyone overall is becoming happier. You're seeing less extremes and everyone is balancing out. And both of these are based on surveys in which people are asked questions and we're able to gauge that their happiness is increasing over time. So, if the Earth's energy has an effect on our consciousness, then what about the galaxy? We've already seen studies earlier in this talk about how the Earth's energy directly affects our consciousness. But now we're seeing waves of energy coming from the galaxy, moving through, impacting the solar system, upgrading DNA, upgrading life. Is there an even more direct way to show that energy fields from the galaxy could be changing our consciousness, changing our minds, changing our perspective? And the answer is absolutely yes. The scientist who came up with this is Dr. James Spottiswoode, who was studying ESP, or what he called anomalous cognition. He did a meta-analysis of all this research. By combining over 20 years of studies into these abilities that people have, these are ordinary people that were documented and done under scientifically stable conditions. Their ESP ability was standardized and put on a certain gradient scale, and what Spottiswoode did was to take all these different studies and meta-analyze them so that everyone in every study is given a universal score of how psychic they were so they could all be compared. No one had ever combined together all these different studies before until Spottiswoode came along. He was the first one to do it. And what he was looking for was to see if people would be more psychic during a certain time of the day. Could it be that when the sun is right over your head during high noon, that your ESP ability would go up? Well, the typical day is called a synodic day, and that is the day that is measured by the Earth moving around the sun. There was no observable time period where people's ESP would increase in a normal synodic day. However, the sidereal day did have an effect. The sidereal day is measured by the Earth's position relative to the center of the galaxy, not relative to the sun. So this is basically our position in the absolute space of the galaxy. He did find an effect. As you look in this graph, what you see here is that at approximately 13 hours and 30 minutes local sidereal time, there is a 400% increase in people's psychic ability. What does that time mean? Well, 0 hours sidereal time is when the center of the galaxy would be at high noon, directly overhead. So what we're seeing is that it's at the exact opposite, meaning that your back on the Earth is facing the center of the galaxy. Now, why would something like this happen? Well, if you take a lens and you hold it up to the sun, you can focus that lens in such a way that the sunlight becomes a point. And if you're a kid, you may have done this where you can burn leaves with that little lens and set them on fire. You don't need a lighter. You don't even need to rub sticks together. You just need a little lens. You could even use eyeglasses. Well, what if the Earth's magnetic field is lensing the energy from the center of the galaxy and focusing it together down into a single concentrated point on the other side? That's the best explanation I've been able to come up with. We don't exactly know how this is working yet. That comes to other scientists after me to discover. But what I am showing you is that no matter how it's being done, it is directly correlated with the galactic center. That can only be explained as if the galactic center is like this jet of energy coming out, shooting energy out through the galaxy, so that when we are in the right position directly opposite it, our psychic ability goes up by 400%. Well, think about the idea that your mind might be an energy field. Think about the idea that if your mind is energetic in nature, if it's an energy field, then when the field starts vibrating faster, the vibration increase means that your consciousness moves faster. Things are moving faster in the field, meaning you can think faster, meaning insight comes to you more rapidly, meaning that your consciousness is changing. So this is the bottom line proof that shows us that this renaissance that we're seeing in our society, where so many people are developing synchronicity, ESP, even the ability to potentially channel other forms of life and give them a voice, is coming about because the galaxy has decided that we would evolve at this time in our life. This is the real working root of the 2012 prophecy. This is what I'm going to be discussing in my book, which is due out hopefully in the spring of 2010, 2012 Enigma, Blueprints for a Golden Age. This is the same material that I'm going to be discussing in my film, Convergence the Movie. It is my sincere hope that you can run with the ball, because when the book comes out, 2012 Enigma, you will have all the references, all the links, so that you can look at this science yourself, show it to your friends, and bring out conclusive proof, and give them evidence to see beyond what they have always known, to look to the future, to look to a future that is positive for humanity, positive for all of us. I also invite you to come and attend one of my Convergence seminars, because in those seminars, what you've just seen in this video represents only the beginning. I go through a 16-hour lecture with over 800 different slides, and I will show you how all of the things that we've been talking about up till now are then mirrored in prophecies that are given to us from the 1950s. I read you what those prophecies are. This is also going to be done in the 2012 Enigma book. You're going to see the prophecies. You're going to understand what they say. You're going to see the Bible in a whole new way. You're going to see biblical prophecies that clearly establish that there is interplanetary climate change, that there is a spontaneous evolution that is likely to result from this. You will also hear about the Law of One series. The Law of One series in 1981 directly pinpointing the period of 2011 to 2013 as a time when there would be a spontaneous energetic metamorphosis of life on Earth. I'm putting out all the evidence, all the information publicly. The book is not going to be very expensive. The seminar tours also include a dream sharing circle on Sundays, where we go through and teach you how to gain contact with your own higher self by having you share your dreams with me, and I then analyze them and help you to understand what they mean. As we go through this in the group circle, we find more and more people are able to understand the symbolism of the dream, how dream language works, and how things that you may have misinterpreted in the past actually have a message that directly pertains to your life, because it is my firm belief that dreams give you the most important thing you need to know at any one point. In my lecture tours, you also get to hear music from the album Wanderer Awakening. This is another product that's available on my website, and you actually get to see me perform these songs live in front of an audience when I do these conferences. Wanderer Awakening is the story of an angelic being who helps create the earth and then becomes karmically entangled and has to incarnate in physical form in order to help alleviate the problem here on the earth. If you go back to the oldest texts from the Bible, they do suggest that one form of angel is the type that is born here on earth and lives apparently an ordinary human life. That is one type. Of course, those were removed from the Bible because they were deemed to be heretical to the idea of a Trinity, in which you have God the Father, God the Son, and God the Holy Spirit, and that's all there is. But if you look to the prophecies, if you look to the information, it says that now is the time. Now is the time for you to become something more than you already are. In Wanderer Awakening, we have 50 songs, 25 of which I'm doing lead vocals, 25 of which I'm doing voiceover with a wonderful musical accompaniment in the background. And what I did there is to take the spiritual principles from the Course in Miracles and from the Law of One, two of the most important channeled sources ever given, and work those spiritual principles into a narrative, into a story of this angelic being who becomes human. And we go right through from the beginning of the universe to the fall into materiality, to then the challenges that this character faces as he goes through his own life, forgetting who he is, having love and loss, having hope and disaster, and then eventually going through a complete awakening, a complete enlightenment. So what I've done is to take many of the themes that you hear in pop music about how much in love someone is, or about how sad and devastated someone is, and I shed new light on what those themes really involve, and the idea that you are in fact a spiritual being from beyond the pale of ordinary incarnation, and your body here and your life here is only a reflection. I would like you to think about the idea that you're moving through a hallway of intelligent infinity, that you are walking through the corridors of the divine, that every move that you make, every step that you take in this life is being recorded for infinity. This lifetime that you now have may be the most important lifetime you've ever had in the history of the cosmos, because even if you have karma from other past lives, if you believe that such a thing is true, in this lifetime you have the opportunity to rectify all of that. The point of power is in the present. It's not going to be in guilt over the past. It's not going to be in fear over the future. The prophecies of 2012 are prophecies that involve a golden age. It is only a misinterpretation of Bible prophecy that leads us to think that 2012 is doom and gloom, that leads us to think that all of these unpleasant things that we're seeing in the solar system are going to lead to massive tidal waves and massive cataclysms. That's a misinterpretation. Most of the prophecies say that we not only survive these changes, we thrive through the changes. The changes are what breaks down the shell that we've built around our heart that has walled away love and walled away peace and walled away the present moment, the ability to focus in the now. If you can just breathe with me right now, take in the living energy that forms your DNA, because your DNA is not randomly evolved. Your DNA exists all around you in space. The energy that makes your DNA can be here now as you breathe with me. As you take in that consciousness, as you understand who you are, the greatest mystery of the universe is identity. Your identity. Because the universe is a product of one consciousness, one energy. That energy has created galaxies, The galaxies seem to have their own personality. The personality of this galaxy is to create human life. According to the law of one, about 15% of all galaxies throughout the universe create human life, so it's a very popular design. That also means that if at some point there is a disclosure by the powers that be, whether it's Obama or another country, if that disclosure includes the idea that many extraterrestrial forms of life look and appear human just like us, now you know the answer as to how that paradox can be solved. You can see that DNA is not randomly evolved. DNA is a spontaneously emergent property of the vacuum itself. DNA is the product of an intelligent, loving consciousness. Planets are built to have life like us form on them. We are what the universe has created to experience sentient awareness. Our consciousness is the cutting edge in which God, or the Creator, is evolving now. The universe is not a static whole that is waiting for you to catch up to it. The universe, as it says in the law of one, is in a state of becoming. Your mind, your evolution, your consciousness right now is part of that evolution. The choices that you make, whether you're going to do the easy thing or whether you might do the more difficult thing, could determine so much. In the Law of One series, they say, in forgiveness lies the stoppage of the wheel of karma. What is the wheel of karma? The wheel of karma means that you move from joy to disaster over and over again. When you're at the top of the wheel, everything seems great, and everybody seems to love you. But then you fall to the bottom. The wheel goes round and round over and over again. Joy and disaster, joy and disaster. Well, what's really happening here? In forgiveness lies the stoppage of the wheel of karma. In forgiveness is the understanding that there's only one of us here. There is no space, there is no time, there is no past or future, there is only now. And in fact, there is only foreverness, timelessness. The mystery of identity is the greatest mystery of all, because you're now seeing the evidence that the galaxy has programmed us to go through an incremental stage of evolution at this time, a spontaneous shift, almost like a flashbulb going off from a photographer. And after that flashbulb goes off and you open up your eyes and you look around, it's a whole new world. It's a world which, according to prophecies, will have us able to have abilities like levitation, telekinesis, instantaneous healing, thought transference. All of these things that we now think of as impossible, time travel, rewinding and fast-forwarding linear time almost like a videotape. It's nothing that we have to go outside of ourselves to find. And also, so many of you in the past, hopefully this will change now, have sent me emails in which you're expecting me to fulfill this sort of function for you as like a higher self, or as a savior, or a divine enlightened being that you can look up to. I don't want you to look up to me. I don't want you to put me on a pedestal. I have plenty of issues of my own. I have plenty of difficulties that I struggle with. I do have problems. So do you. So does everyone. That's part of the game. The game is that you are confused, and you can embrace the confusion. In fact, in the Law of One it says, it is entirely necessary that an entity consciously realize it does not understand in order to be ready for what is coming in 2012. To consciously realize you do not understand is to recognize that confusion is implicit in human incarnation. You can't get away from it. It's who you are. It's what you are. You're not meant to understand everything. This brain, this body that you have, cannot take in the consciousness of the field. It cannot take in the vast intelligence of the cosmos. You only are given a portion of who you really are. So again, I would ask you not to look to me to be that person who, oh, I have to meet you, David, I have to meet you. The person I want you to meet is yourself. I want you to meet your higher self, because your higher self is a part of you that exists outside linear time, millions of years more evolved than you are now. This part of yourself is absolutely wonderful, absolutely joyful, absolutely intelligent. It will never lead you astray. It will never guide you off the path. If you can learn to listen to what it has to say to you, it will only direct you in a way that will advance your evolution. The problem, if you want to call it that, is that sometimes what advances your evolution is very difficult. It's very painful. You can have things happen to you that seem to be disastrous. You can have a car crash. You could have a broken bone in your leg. You could have any number of financial catastrophes. You could have the person you love leave you. Well, here's the trick. If you don't love yourself, the universe does not send people to you who love you. The universe doesn't say, oh, I'm sorry that you're feeling bad. I'm going to send you love so that you'll be much better. No. The way the universe actually functions, which you learn about in sources of philosophy like the Law of One, is that if you don't love yourself, you've now created a field of attraction. And you're attracting to yourself people who don't love you. That's what happens when you don't love yourself. You don't get sent that which you haven't created. You get sent that which you have created. And you attract the like energy that you're putting out there. The universe does that deliberately so that when those unloving people come into your life, you will learn from them. You will learn to say no. This is not the power of now. This is the power of no. And the power of no is what comes to you when you learn to love yourself enough that you're not going to be manipulated. You're not going to be beholden to other people's negativity. When you look at the problems that we have on the earth now with the dreaded Illuminati or the New World Order, they're here by design. They're here because we attracted them here. They're here because they're fulfilling a function that stimulates the evolution of consciousness. Our consciousness is evolving by their presence. They are not simply villains who need to be eliminated. They are fulfilling a valuable function. By enslaving us, by manipulating us, by stealing our money, they are taking the power away from us that we have not acknowledged that we have. With all these technologies that I have showed you, with the limitless energy in the vacuum, we have the potential to eliminate fossil fuel, to eliminate the need to pay for energy. And with the elimination of scarcity comes the elimination of an economic system. It won't happen right away, but we can transition into a system in which there is no need for money at all. A system in which goods and services are provided by robots that we build, the technology that we build, the free energy devices that we build. But the universe cannot allow us to have that technology until we love and respect ourselves enough that we can use it responsibly. The family that we have, the galactic citizenry who's out there in the cosmos, who look human, almost the same as us, in many cases very similar to us, can't welcome us into their home until we are able to fundamentally rewrite the script that says that your God is different than my God, and therefore I'm going to kill you, I'm going to attack you, because my God is the good one. God is the universe. God is matter and energy and consciousness. There is nothing outside that universal consciousness. Almost every major religion on earth is monotheistic at its core and believes in one intelligent universal being that the universe has emanated from. Various enlightened teachers, as I said before, have given us knowledge based on their own perspective from their own culture. In many cases, human extraterrestrials, who we would call angels, have contacted these societies and given them messages of hope, messages of peace, messages of how to evolve. And then over time, you get the texts rewritten, you get cultural differences, you get semantic differences, and they become religions. They become stratified so that you don't just have one way of thinking. And that's okay. Everybody has their own path of how they can find to get back to the oneness. But again, your higher self does exist. If you identify qualities in someone like myself or someone else, and you admire those qualities, and you're sitting there hoping that you'll be able to meet a person like that, look no farther to the stillness of the quiet point within yourself that you can find in meditation. Because in the now, there is that contact with your higher self. You can simply breathe in the consciousness of the universe and be one with who you are right now. You can live that consciousness. You can fulfill the promise that, in fact, human becomes godlike. That is the promise that ultimately even is in the Bible. Because in John 14:12, Jesus actually says, "As I do these things," meaning the miracles, "so shall you do them, and greater things, for I go unto my Father." The Father is the field. The Father is the intelligence of the cosmos. When you go unto the Father, when you go into the cosmos, when you tap into the field in the now, in the present moment, you have attained peace. You have transcended the duality of this world that says good and evil, light and darkness. You can see that those people in the past who may have been controlling and manipulating you were only bringing you to a point that you could stand on your own 2 feet, learn to say no without being angry, but by forgiveness. And forgiveness is the stoppage of the wheel of karma. Or as it says in the Course in Miracles, forgiveness collapses time. Time is what it takes to get from where you are now to where you will be when you reunify with yourself as the one infinite creator, as the infinite intelligence this cosmos is built from. You can collapse time in forgiveness. You can forgive everyone who's hurt you. You can forgive yourself for not seeing the truth and the beauty of your own perfection. Once you see that truth and beauty, you'll realize there is only one of us here. And you are the light, you are the love, you are the one infinite creator. This is how it was, how it is right now, and as it always will be. There's nothing else, there is no one else. There's only one of us here. I want to thank you for watching this video, and may peace be with you. Congratulations, you now have your diploma. You're invited to the I Told You So party in 2013.